All right, we are live in the TristateWx Weather Center here with our live severe weather coverage for this afternoon and evening. So, new severe thunderstorm warning just came out from northwestern Wayne County, Illinois. That's for this supercell that's located just to the north of Mount Vernon, Illinois. Pretty good bet, some large hail with that. So that hail core is pretty much just slightly north of Dix, Illinois. You could see those increased purples there indicating where that hail core is at. We'll even switch over here and take a look at some of the hail. Well, that doesn't want to load up. So we'll go ahead and switch to another radar source. So that warning goes until 3:30 p.m. again for 1-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Again, if you're in Clay County as well, new cells develop up there in extreme northeastern Clay County, but this cell is pushing in that general direction towards Clay County. So we could see a new warning issued for Clay County here probably in the next 15 to 30 minutes here. There's some times of arrival for Clay County. So if you're in Florida, be there by 3:06, Xenia by 2:58. Louisville by 3:08 and Sailor Springs by 3:14. So again, if you're in Clay County, be ready to head to your shelter. Definitely want to be indoors, especially with the potential for some large hail. We definitely have seen the hail values increase with these storms over the past hour or so. Let me go ahead and switch sources here. We're going to go to a different radar. Take a look at some of that hail there again. The hail core we were talking about here near the Dix area, pretty much getting ready to push into Dix. Another area of hail near Salem, Illinois. That's core is heading towards the Clay County area. The Dix core is going to push into northwestern Wayne County here shortly. Again, some strong damaging winds as well. Definitely seen a large increase in lightning here, so that tells us that this storm is intensifying. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it. We'll see if it starts rotating a little bit there, but not a whole lot. But the main threat right now is damaging winds up to 60 miles an hour and some hail potentially up to 2 inches in diameter. Definitely seeing activity increase, especially as that cold front starts to approach from the west. That cold front's making its way into southwestern Illinois and through southeast Missouri. Again, you can see all of those warnings back off to the west. And tornado warning just popped up there near the Nashville, Illinois area, Oklahoma, Oakville, and Oakdale. That's where that tornado warning's in effect. Obviously, radar indicated right now. That's moving east at 50 miles an hour. So we'll keep an eye on that cell as well. Again, any of these cells that get out by themselves could potentially produce a tornado, especially when they're in an undisturbed environment where they have all that inflow to itself. So it can tap into that energy and obviously produce tornadoes. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Right now, not seeing any significant rotation or anything like that with this cell. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Again, the one to the west, still Doppler radar indicated near the Nashville, Illinois area. New warning has been issued for Clay County. We did just mention that. So that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 3:15 for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. Again, some pretty decent hail cores, even a new hail core with that new cell that's over northeastern Clay County there. You can see that on your screen there. Let me adjust this image just a little bit. Try to slide this over for you here. There we go. That way I get all 4 panels on the screen here. So this is a product I use behind the scenes normally. It gives me the ability to do 4 panels to where I could sit there and look at the storm from different aspects. So In your top left-hand corner here, I have reflectivity. Top right-hand corner is where I have my velocity at. Down here, I have normalized rotation. Down here, I have vertically integrated liquid. That kind of tells me where those hail cores are at. These little plus signs here, that's a little place file I have in place that kind of tells me when there's an influx of lightning strikes that could potentially indicate that a storm is strengthening. Some of these circles that you're seeing right there, that kind of gives me some parameters as far as what the shear values look like, cape values, just parameters I'm looking for the potential for, tornadoes or hail, or, it gives me everything that I need. So obviously you'll see these pop up on the screen from time to time. But again, right now we're just dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, main concern right now is large hail and damaging winds up to 60 miles an hour. For the most part, haven't seen any confirmation on any confirmed tornadoes. The only tornado warning we have on the board that's near our area is to the west of Mount Vernon, Illinois, near the Nashville area. And then if you go further up in Indiana, up near the Attica, Lafayette area, there is a tornado warning up there. But again, no tornado warnings here in the immediate tri-state area, but we are keeping an eye on that cell to the west. Again, I'm looking at different radar products here. So if you're in the Evansville Metro, the rest of Southeast Illinois and Western Kentucky, we are still under the gun for severe weather. The new tornado watch was issued. They went ahead and extended the tornado watch that was into effect until 7 p.m. That's now in effect until 11 p.m. So that covers all but our northern counties. So Clay, Richland, Lawrence, Knox, Davies, and Martin County. I believe you guys are still under that watch until 7 p.m. Let's see the extension. Let me double check that here just so I can make sure I'm giving you the right information. And they've got quite a few damaging wind reports up there in northern Indiana so far with that line of storms. So even some back in southern Illinois. So definitely the line of storms means business back up to the north. That was the one that was with that outflow boundary that pushed through from the overnight convection. Let's see, got a lot of warnings here. I believe that watch still goes until 7. Yeah, that tornado watch continues till 7 p.m. That's for Knox, Davies, and Martin County, and then Clay, Richland, and Lawrence County. Then across the rest of the tri-state, the watch goes until 11 p.m. now. So that's where the change has occurred as far as, excuse me, the watch time frame. Only added Webster County with the new watch, but obviously we'll see a new watch for the entire area or the rest of the area here over the next couple hours, especially as this line of storms along the cold front pushes off to the west. So that's kind of what the wait and see is right now with the new watches. Again, they kind of wait until they issue those until the storms are getting a little bit closer to that area. So we'll continue to keep an eye on those as well. Again, taking a look at the latest radar here. Again, it's a pretty decent storm here. Getting ready to push into Clay County, and then the other portion of this storm getting ready to push into northwestern Wayne County. Again, you can see those hail cores, one near Dix, the one to the north near Salem has kind of dropped off just a little bit. Might be seeing a new core develop here near Xenia in southwestern Clay County. But again, you can see the best hail right now is near the Cale and Dix area there in Jefferson and Marion County, Illinois. Again, you kind of see that core just grow just a little bit more. You can see here on reflectivities where we have those darker returns. That shows where that hail core is located. So we're getting up in that 65 to 70 decibels for reflectivity. So that kind of gives us the indication on radar that we're seeing hail. Again, radar doesn't indicate hail. It just detects the change in hydrometers or targets that are moving through the air, and then kind of gives us this picture on radar. Hey, this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing this change here, and then we have to interpret that. So that's pretty much how your radar works. It doesn't detect tornadoes. It just detects all those changes in those hydrometeors that are going through the air. Let me switch back over here to our other radar, and then we'll go back over the track here. Again, we'll do the latest storm track on that and give you some additional times of arrival. Again, seeing a little bit of a hook there just to the northeast of Dix there. We'll keep an eye on it, see if it tightens up. Again, the storm is out by itself, so it has that inflow coming in, clean inflow, nothing really cutting off that inflow to the storm. So we'll keep an eye on it and see if it tightens up. It's kind of taking that classic supercell look to it, to where it's starting to wrap up. So we'll keep an eye on it. Not seeing anything significant as far as rotation yet, but we'll watch it and see how it develops. Again, some updated times of arrivals of Johnsonville by 3:27. That's in northwestern Wayne County. Flora by 3:37. You're going to be right there on the edge of that storm. Clay City by 3:48 and Noble by 3:58. Again, we'll keep an eye on that. Again, seeing a little bit of a hook there. Not too concerned yet, but we'll keep an eye on it just to see if it continues to tighten up. Again, you can see a little bit of shear there. Nothing significant. Again, kind of a little bit of rotation there. Nothing off the charts yet, so we'll watch it and see what it does here over the next few minutes, and we'll see if the Weather Service decides to upgrade that warning or not. Again, a hail core will be pushing into northwestern Wayne County here, probably in about another 20 minutes or so. Definitely seeing the hail increase. We're back up to around 1.5 inch, 2 inch diameter hail. Again, still seeing the rotation, hasn't really tightened up. Not too concerned with it yet, but we're still going to keep an eye on it just to see if it tightens up. Again, this storm is out by itself, so it has good inflow. Not competing with any other storms right now. Across the rest of the area, again, some new storms that have just developed over extreme northeastern Clay County, pushing out of Clay County. Everything else across the rest of the tri-state, just kind of scattered activity. A couple stronger storms developed near in Muhlenberg and in southern Ohio County. We'll keep an eye on those, but those should remain sub-severe. Again, the main severe weather event so far is right here along the cold front with these storms. Again, large hail, damaging winds be the main concern. Again, new watch that came out for these storms back here across southern Missouri and northern Arkansas. We'll watch those as they push into the tri-state over the next few hours. But again, the immediate concern right now is for these severe thunderstorms pushing into Wayne County, northwestern Wayne County, and Clay County. Again, main concern right now is large hail. Again, have seen an increase in lightning, so not significant, but still definitely something we got to keep an eye on, especially when we start seeing those strikes increase. Seeing a little bit of rotation now, trying to get a little bit better organized. That's to the east of the Kell area, getting pretty close to the Jefferson County and Wayne County line, and then the Marion Wayne County line. So we'll keep an eye on it just to see if it continues to tighten up. Again, could be a little bit of rotation developing here, and then a new area potentially back here. This would become the dominant one here on the back half of that storm. This one will gradually weaken as this back storm takes over. But we'll keep an eye on it and see if it continues to tighten up. Has been an update to the warning there for Clay County. That severe thunderstorm warning has been upgraded to considerable for hail. You can see the Weather Service calling for 1 3/4 inch diameter hail. So that's getting pretty close to golf ball size hail there. In Owensboro with that hail that you guys had, it caused a lot of damage. So again, large hail is a concern here in the tri-state, so we definitely got to be prepared. If you can put your car in a garage or in a carport or just somewhere safe to keep that hail from tearing up your vehicles, definitely want to do that before the storms get here. You don't want to do that in the middle of the storm. Don't want to go out there and run through that hail. So definitely want to be prepared to seek shelter, substantial shelter, as these storms continue to push into the area. Let's see, still looking at some other stuff behind the scenes here. That warning was actually upgraded too for Marion County. The warning for Jefferson and northwestern Wayne is still just a general severe thunderstorm warning. Again, the largest hail right now is going to stay just north of those areas, but we'll have to continue to keep an eye on it as these storms continue to move off to the east. And still just a radar indicated tornado warning back to the west. So that's a good sign. I haven't seen anything touch down or any reports there. Haven't seen any chat reports yet of hail. So we'll keep an eye on that just to see if we get any reports into the weather service. Check the chat wire here just to see if they had any reports back there. And we'll turn. We did have a report back there near Salem. So let's see. That was in Marion County. So pictures estimated to be golf ball sized hail just east of Salem. So there's your confirmation of large hail. So that's making it to the surface. So you definitely want to pay attention to these storms as they move into Clay and northwestern Wayne County. Again, that hail core right now getting pretty close to the Wayne and Marion County line, pushing towards the southwestern portions of Clay County near Xenia. So if you're in Xenia, be ready for some hail, potentially some damaging winds. Again, rotation's not overly impressive, so not raising the alarm on any of that as far as tornado potential or anything. So again, on our polygon maps here, I actually just updated the banner there so you guys can see what that means. So if you see the orange polygon with the yellow polygon with the orange fill, that means a considerable or destructive tag's been added to that severe thunderstorm warning by the Weather Service. So that means it's either for hail, which in this case it's considerable for hail, so 1 3/4 inches. And then you can also have the tag increase for considerable and destructive for damaging winds. So we'll probably see some of that today, especially with the hail. And then eventually, as we see a consolidation into a line of storms, we'll see damaging wind, potentially considerable tags for that, or destructive for damaging winds. So that's all stuff that we're going to have to keep an eye on, especially as we move through the afternoon. Again, nothing imminent here in the metro. Again, unfortunately, we're getting sunshine and pushing almost 80 degrees, so 77 here at the office, but definitely don't want to see that sunshine here across the tri-state. That's just adding fuel to the fire here, so to speak, for severe weather. So definitely got to be prepared this afternoon. Yeah, still seeing some scattered storms develop back to the west. So you can see how those storms are trying to extend back down towards the DuQuoin area, just to the south of Nashville, Illinois. We'll zoom out here just a little bit. Again, additional storms trying to develop near Pinckneyville, another one just to the northwest of Marion. And then you can see this pretty much complex of storms that's trying to form into a line, pretty much stretching from Farmington back to Redbud, Nashville, Illinois, near Centralia, and then all the way back up into the Newton, Illinois area. So right now, just broken line segments here across the southwest Illinois and southeast Missouri area. Again, still no confirmation on a tornado with that one cell that's to the west of Mount Vernon, so still radar indicated. Again, these are the two areas we'll watch with this storm, the one here and the other one here. Again, nothing really impressive with those areas of rotation, but we'll keep an eye on it. And if you're in northwestern Wayne County, kind of a rural area out there, or if you're in Xenia or pretty much driving along US 50 here from Florida to Xenia, you definitely want to get ready to pull off to the side of the road and find a substantial shelter as a hail core gets ready to push into that area. So again, if you're traveling along US 50, pretty much from the Clay County line back towards Florida, we definitely want to pull off to either a gas station or somewhere with a substantial shelter, as you will see some very large hail move into that area here shortly. Let me go ahead and switch back to the other radar since we're having problems with the one switching. You can see that hail core right here, just to the southwest of Xenia. That's pushing off to the northeast. Still some gusty winds, some rotation at times, but really hasn't been that organized. Another small area of rod rotation right here. So just two areas of rotation. Again, the western portion of this hook will eventually overtake this portion of the storm. Again, we're kind of seeing decibel levels increase near the keel area where we have a new hail core developing. That one would probably take over, and this one would gradually collapse or weaken. But again, we'll have to keep an eye on it. Have another one behind it that's kind of pulsing up here near the Dix area again. So the Dix area is getting ready to get hit again by some hail. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well. Again, the hail core is getting ready to push into northwestern Wayne County. Again, that's why that warning is in effect for Wayne County and also for Clay County. Again, as we see this hail core get ready to push right here into northwestern Wayne County and then eventually into Clay County. So Xenia, Flora, if you're traveling along US 50 right here, definitely want to pull off to the side of the road. Try to find a substantial shelter for your vehicle. Definitely want to be indoors inside a building as this storm pushes into the area. Again, areas of rotation, the one right here, the other one right here. But again, not seeing anything significant. Did see that hail come down just a little bit there, which isn't shocking as, you know, we have a new core here to the back that's trying to develop. New severe thunderstorm warning for Richland and Clay County. You guys should see that polygon pop up here. That goes until, let's see. Goes until 3:45. Again, that's for 1.75 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Again, with this cluster of storms that we've been watching, definitely probably going to see some torrential rainfall too with this complex of storms. It's kind of pushing over the same areas here. Here's the strongest portion of the storm. See which one they decided to polygon off of. Again, that's where that hail core is right here. That's going to be pushing towards the Louisville, Illinois area here by about 3:33. But again, considerable tag for large hail. That's going to cause a lot of damage, so definitely want to be in substantial shelter. Again, that hail core now is pushing into northwestern Wayne County. Have seen those values come down just a little bit, but we could see those perk up at any time here, so definitely want to remain in shelter. Again, if you can, report any hail damage to the Weather Service. That way they can get those reports and make that determination on if they need to continue those warnings or not. We actually just had that hail core perk back up there, so we were just talking about that. You see that dark gray white area that has popped up there in pretty much northwestern Wayne County, right there on the county line between Marion County and northwestern Wayne County. Did just have a report of nickel-size hail back in the Dix area. That's what this storm back here. So at least nickel's falling from the sky there. That is slightly below severe limits. Again, quarter size hail is your severe limits for that threshold. But again, right now that's the below severe limits with nickel size hail. Again, main portion of the storm that we're watching is this portion right here. Again, if you're in Xenia, it's heading your way. May just slide just to the south of town there, but you'll see it in Florida here shortly. Again, if you're traveling along US 50, definitely want to pull over and let this storm pass by before you get caught in it, because it's going to cause some damage to your vehicle if you do get caught in that storm. So I think that's the same warning. Yeah, that's the same warning, so no new warnings there again. That severe thunderstorm warning goes until 3:45 for Clay and Richland, extreme northwestern Richland County. Again, most of Clay County, with the exception of southeastern Clay County, you guys are in that warning there. So, again, if you're within that polygon, Iola, Louisville, Xenia, Flora, Clay City, respective polygon, find substantial shelter. Again, large hail and damaging winds will be possible. Have seen some rotation, but nothing impressive. That's indicating a tornado is imminent. But again, we'll keep an eye on it, especially as these storms are out by themselves. Not really competing with any other storms. Again, last confirmed report of hail that we had was back here near the Salem, Illinois area. That's why those warnings were upgraded to considerable for that confirmed report from a spotter. Let's go ahead and switch sources, and we'll put the storm track back on our severe storm here. In main area hail is right here with this storm. Let's see if that's a better one. It's kind of in between there. We'll just go ahead and do our own storm track, as the updated ones have not popped up for the latest updates here. And the storm is pushing off to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So moving at a pretty good clip. There's some updated times of arrival with the potential hail core. Again, we have to keep an eye on this hail core. Could expand, get bigger. But again, if you're in the Xenia and Flora area, that's where that main hail core is pushing towards right now. So again, if you're in Xenia by 321, Flora by 332, Louisville, Illinois by 335, Sailor Springs at 345, and then we'll be outside of our area by 410. So again, that's where the largest hail is currently located. Have seen signs of rotation, definitely not as organized as what it was earlier. And do have a lot of storms kind of competing against each other behind it. So kind of seeing more cell mergers occur than individual cells kind of dominating or taking over here. Zoom out a little bit here, and we'll take a look at what's going on back to the west here. Again, large cluster of showers and thunderstorms pretty much stretching from Bloomsdale back through Sparta, Nashville, Illinois, Centralia, back through Flora, Louisville, into the Newton, Illinois area, and then all the way back up near Terre Haute. Some scattered activity trying to develop ahead of the line of storms. Right now, the line of storms is the dominant mode so far. These will pose a large hail damaging wind threat. Again, we can't rule out a spin-up tornado within the line, but right now, so far, these storms have been competing against each other and haven't really had the opportunity to take off and produce any rotation of significance. Again, did have that warning for that cell that's coming back into the Mount Vernon, Illinois area and the Centralia area. That was briefly tornado warned. Pretty good winds getting ready to push through Centralia. We'll keep an eye on that as that pushes towards Clay and Wayne County. So again, if you're in our western counties, so we're going to be under the gun here in the next hour or two. If you're in the metro, probably still looking like a good 2 to 3 hours. Again, we'll have to watch. We do have some renegade showers and storms still kind of popping here and there. But as this cold front gets closer and we see that 500 millibar mid-level jet increase, we'll see these storms really start to take off and potentially see a few more tornadoes with those storms. So again, main concern right now, damaging winds, large hail. So far, the tornado threat hasn't materialized, and that's kind of what we were thinking, especially in this area where the storms are pushing through. Now, as we see that activity push into western Kentucky, southwest Indiana, into the metro area here, we'll keep an eye on the potential for tornadoes as, you know, we'll see that mid-level jet push towards the tri-state and potentially ramp up. Again, hail core right here in the heart of northwestern Wayne County, kind of a rural area. So between Johnsonville and Xenia. Xenia looks like it's going to stay just to the south of you. If you're in Flora, a heavily populated area there in Clay County, definitely want to be in a substantial shelter as we are seeing that hail core push towards the city there, probably within the next 15 minutes or so. Let's go zoom back in here. And we'll go back to a different radar source. That way you guys can see where that core is located. Again, you can see that darker area, that dark black area of reflectivity there. That indicates where that hail core is, where the hail's making it to the surface. Again, we'll kind of zoom in here. You can see the brighter white and gray area. So that's where that hail is making it to the surface. In the earlier report of 1 inch and 3/4 hail, that was the earlier storm that's pushed off to the northeast, kind of weakened across Clay County. That's up here getting ready to push into Jasper County. Again, if you're in Florida, this hail core is coming your way, so you definitely want to be in a substantial shelter, even some strong damaging winds ahead of that hail. So definitely want to be in a good substantial shelter. Again, back to the west. Again, warnings out for the Mount Vernon, Illinois area. Pretty good storm there near Centralia, near Ashley, Illinois, Richview, just to the west of Woodlawn. You can see those hail cores there. Some of those darker reflectivity showing up where that hail's at. And this is the one that produced the nickel-size hail a little while ago near the Dix area. That was reported by a spotter. So just below severe limits, but definitely stuff we got to keep an eye on, as hail is a good threat today here across the tri-state. And I'm checking damage reports. See what we've had reported so far. Again, just the nickel-size hail report has been the only thing reported so far. So that was into the Weather Service in Paducah. That is their coverage area. Again, that hail core getting ready to cross into Clay County from Wayne County right now. So again, if you're in Florida, you need to be in a substantial shelter, as you do have some large hail coming that way. Xenia, just stay just to your south, but you could see some pea-size hail on the south side of town. Again, haven't seen any more rotation other than what we had earlier, so that's a good sign so far. So back to the west here. Kind of seeing us merge into a little line here where it's starting to bow some. We'll keep an eye on that. Again, a pretty hefty storm right there near to the east of Centralia. Dropping some good size hail there along State Route 161. That'll be crossing I-57 here shortly. And we'll keep an eye on that as that's pushing towards the tri-state. Same thing as that line continues back to the northwest of the Mount Vernon, Illinois area. Still a couple good cores right there of hail. And still a decent storm here across Clay County. One here northeastern Clay County. Could be seeing some hail, potentially some pea-sized hail, maybe some dime-sized hail near the Ingram area to the north of Sailor Springs. Then again, the main hail cores getting ready to push into southern Clay County. Again, has decreased in intensity a little bit here, but we did see that just a little while ago, and we could see that perk back up here at any time. Give you an update on some times of arrival here. Let's go through and do our manual draw on our storm track as I'm mainly focusing on the main area of hail and wind right now. That is moving off to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour, 40, 45. So some times of arrival here as we plot this. So Flora by 3:32, Sailor Springs at 3:45, then outside our area by 4:19, that would be up in the Willow Hill area near the Oblong area. There outside of our area. Again, have seen winds increase slightly. So could see this cell collapse. Kind of see some downburst winds here. We'll have to keep an eye on it there. Definitely seen winds increase here on velocity. You see those brighter greens right there, just outside the actual polygon area, near the Reinert area. Again, pushing towards Flora. It's going to be a close call again. Flora, you might see the hail. Again, I have seen that hail core come down just a little bit. Even off towards the west, seen that one come down some. But again, pretty undisturbed environment here, so these storms could easily perk back up pretty quick. Getting back to the west, still just seeing severe thunderstorms. You only had the one tornado warning back there near the Nashville, Illinois area. Go all the way out, and you see that line stretching all the way from pretty much back towards Chicago. Look at all those wind reports back up there near Chicago, Gary, up near Lafayette. Easily 60, 70, even some 80 mile, pretty close to 80 mile an hour winds there near the Gary, Indiana area. Not a lot of hail up there. You can see kind of a pea size up to about dime nickel size. There's some damage reports there, but again, 70 mile an hour winds there in Lafayette. 64 near Delphi. Again, some pretty good winds up there in northern Indiana. Again, so far, only thing we've had down here is just hail reports. Again, you can see that hail core pulls back up there as it pushes into southern Clay County. So get close to the Flora area. May just slide just south of Flora. Could clip the southeastern portions of the town there. We'll keep an eye on it. Again, seeing a little bit of rotation there, just pretty close to the Flora area. That has steadily increased. We'll keep an eye on that just to see if it kind of takes off. Kind of seeing more individual cells here more than a solid line. So we'll see if the Weather Service in Lincoln, as that's their responsibility, upgrade that. Again, that is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for hail. So 1 3/4 inch diameter hail, 60 mile an hour winds with that storm. And obviously we got hail making it to the surface. You know, we have our vertically integrated liquid maxed out here. Obviously, that's making it to the ground there. Again, new warning coming out for Wayne County. Again, probably extreme northern, or it could be for this cell back here. Let's see which one pops up first. Maybe a little bit of an outflow boundary right there. That warning just came out, so we'll see that polygon pop up here momentarily. Yeah, extreme northern Wayne County. Again, kind of getting close there with that hail core. Kind of winds are the same. Again, still a little bit of rotation south of Flora there. Broad rotation, hasn't really tightened up. So that's passing between Flora and the Reinhard area. Let's see, yeah. Paducah did put a tornado possible tag on the extreme northern Clay County. So that area of rotation that we're watching right here is heading towards the Clay City area. We'll just be south of Flora. So again, tornado possible tag with that severe thunderstorm warning back here in northern Wayne County. We'll see if the Weather Service in Lincoln decides to upgrade the text on this warning here in Clay County. Again, wouldn't be surprised to see that extended a little bit further south to include the rest of Clay County and then eventually additional portions of Richland County. I'm sure they're looking at that right now, so we'll see that polygon probably pop up here shortly. But first area, decent rotation here that we've seen today. So right here near the Flora area, between Flora and Reinhard, getting ready to cross to US 45 there. So if you're in Clay City, Noble, you guys want to be in a substantial shelter, head there now. Even though the warning hasn't officially been issued, we are seeing rotation. So again, that rotation could quickly tighten up and produce a tornado. Again, pretty good hail too. That's getting ready to cross the US 45 there between Flora and Clay City. Also crossing US 50. Yeah, that update didn't look too good there. Lost some data there, so I'm sure that's not an accurate assessment there of the hail core there. So we'll just go back to density there, but you can see where that hail is located right now, getting ready to push into Flora towards Clay City. So if you're along US 50, US 45, another area of hail back here near Xenia with another cell. But again, that rotation is right near getting close to the Clay City area. Nothing confirmed on radar, just Doppler radar indicated rotation. Again, the Weather Service in Lincoln has not upgraded that warning yet, but Paducah did put a tornado possible tag on that storm. So we'll keep an eye on it as it continues to work off to the northeast. In checking damage reports, haven't seen a whole lot, which is good news, but tornado warning in effect now for Clay and Richland County. You just talked about that. So the Weather Service and Lincoln decided to pull the trigger and go with the tornado warning. Again, that rotation we've been watching near the Clay, heading towards the Clay City area. So you can see that polygon that just popped up right there. That's the area of rotation we've been watching right there. So you can see that rotation crossing US 45, approaching US 50, getting ready to push into Clay City. So if you're in Clay City, you want to be in a substantial shelter as we have a Doppler radar indicated tornado. Let's see what they had here. Again, radar indicated rotation. That storm was located near Flora, moving northeast at 45. Ping pong ball size hail and a radar indicated tornado. So again, if you're in Clay County, so western Richland County and southeastern Clay County, you are under that tornado warning. That warning goes until 4 p.m. Give you some times of arrival here with that potential area of rotation. So if you're in Clay City, you'll be there in about 4 minutes. Maybe a little bit sooner. Noble by 3:49 and only at 3:59. So again, Doppler radar indicated tornado. We've been tracking it for a few minutes here now. Been on the air with you for probably about a half hour now. So decided to start coverage as soon as we got the first warning here in the tri-state, but still a decent hail core that's passing between or just to the southeast of Flora. Flora, you're probably seeing some pea-sized hail there in town. The largest hail is getting ready to cross the US 45 area. Again, that rotation that we've been keeping an eye on should be getting into Clay City here about any minute. So definitely want to be in a substantial shelter as this storm pushes off to the northeast at about 45 miles an hour. We have seen parameters increase, so our probability for tornado is actually up to 32% there. So we've seen our shear levels increase. So we have strong, moderate shear in the low levels, mid levels, moderate. So definitely got to keep an eye on that. We have seen that those shear values increase. So that storm is kind of on its own, not really competing with any other storms, so it has good inflow. So coming into a favorable environment here. So we'll see if that tornado signature tightens up. See if we have a tornado drop again. If you're in Clay City, it's coming your way. Again, you can see that hail core again, pretty stout, going to come right through Clay City. So if you're in Clay City, expect potentially up to golf ball size hail. You see the darker reflectivity there indicating where that hail is at. Again, that rotation right here near Clay City, that's what we're keeping an eye on. We've been watching it here for about the past 10 minutes before the warning came out, so gave you that alert there of what we were keeping an eye on. Tighten this window up here just a little bit, cutting off some of this information on here. Definitely don't want to do that. Again, tornado warning continues. That's for Clay County and Richland County. Doppler radar indicated rotation. Again, that rotation is pushing into Clay City right now. Large hail right there on the tail of the storm. So here in Clay City, you're going to see that rotation push in, and the large hail core is going to be on the backside of it. Again, kind of seeing the area of rotation right here. Might see that occlude and see this area back here near the Reinert area take over. That's primary area of rotation. So we'll keep an eye on it and see what the latest scans here. Okay, still some decent rotation there coming into the south side of Clay City. We'll put that into motion here. You kind of see the area right here. Kind of moving more, kind of taking a little bit more of a right-hand turn. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. So pretty much crossing US 50 now. That hail core is right along US 50 and US 45 right now. So most likely seeing some ping pong ball size hail back towards the Flora Reinert area, just to the east and then northeast of Reinert. That's where the hail core is located right now. Again, Wayne County, northern Wayne County, new warning just came up for northwestern Wayne County. That's where this solid line of storms here off to the west kind of bowing out. We're actually seeing those winds really increase there. So getting some winds pretty close to 60, 70 miles an hour. So if you're in Johnsonville, Sisney, Reinert, you guys are in that polygon. So definitely want to be in a substantial shelter for some damaging winds. Can't rule out a brief QLCS spin up along that line of storms too. Still a little bit of hail too, but the main hail producer right now is with this tornado warning stormed here in Clay County. Again, we'll kind of double out here just a little bit so we can keep an eye on both those storms. Give you some updated times of arrival too. Let's go switch back to this source. Again, those are times of arrival for this severe storm. And so Xenia by 358, Flora by 410, Louisville at 413, Sailor Springs by 424. So again, one storm right after another. We'll see if that kind of takes more of a southerly track and track across northern Wayne County. We'll see what that storm does here momentarily as it moves into portions of northern Wayne County and Clay County. Again, area rotation still right here near Clay City. So it's in Clay City right now. Noble at 349, Olney by 359. That's the updated track as far as the radar indicated tornado. Again, we'll keep an eye on this area rotation back here near Mount Vernon, this little hook here. Again, you kind of have storms that are out here on their own, not competing. So you can also see these little bows back here. Got a bow right here. Had a little bit of a bow right here. We'll have to keep an eye on those as we can see some enhanced damaging winds there. Again, we'll go back in here to the rotation here. You can see that area of rotation right over Clay City. That hail core will be pushing in here shortly. So definitely seeing our probabilities continue to increase as we're up to 38% on that tornado potential. Again, that was for the Wayne County warning, so there are no new warnings there. And I'm going to check the chat wires just to see if we've had any reports come out of Clay County. And that's with the National Weather Service up in Lincoln, Illinois. That's who covers Clay, Richland, and Lawrence County. Did have some nickel-sized hail 3 miles west-southwest of Flora. So again, getting those confirmation of hail. So again, a little update from the Weather Service up in Lincoln. They went with that warning for tornado warning for that persistent rotation. Obviously, we were watching that same rotation as well. That is about the only damage report we had so far, was just some nickel-sized hail, which that popped up on your screen right there. So no confirmation of a tornado on the ground right now, but we're still seeing that rotation been pretty consistent here. Again, you can even see that little notch right there, pretty much right along US 50 there. So if you're in Noble, it's coming into town here in about the next 5 to 10 minutes. So you want to be in a substantial shelter. Again, large hail's pushing through Clay City right now. So if you're in Clay City, probably seeing some 1-inch hail, maybe even bigger than that. So hopefully being in a populated area, we will see that report come in, which we actually did just have a report from emergency management in Clay County reporting pea size up to ping pong ball size hail throughout the county. So obviously we're seeing hail make it to the surface. Obviously, when you have your vertically integrated liquids maxed out there, you know we're seeing hail and even have that darker color there on the reflectivity. So obviously, you know, we got that hail making it to the surface, getting those reports in. So again, the area rotation we're keeping an eye on is getting ready to push into Richland County right now. So if you're in the Noble area, if you're driving along US 50, definitely want to pull over to the side of the road and seek shelter. Again, still a little bit of a notch right there on reflectivity. Again, still some decent hail back to the west in Wayne County. Again, pretty substantial damaging wind threat pushing into the county. Again, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds there, and maybe even some 1-inch diameter hail. So that's coming into northwestern Clay County right now. And no updates from the Weather Service in Lincoln. Again, that rotation's getting ready to come into Noble right now. So again, you can kind of see that hook right there. Go back to our other source here. Again, that area of rotation right there near Noble. So that's what we're keeping an eye on as that moves into the Noble area. Again, the largest hail's right there pushing, the hail core pushing through Clay City. Again, still some rotation, definitely not as tight as what it was earlier when the warning came out. which is a good thing. We definitely want to see these storms weaken as they push into a favorable environment. And checking the chat with the weather service. No updates there. And definitely hail. We've had the confirmation of nickel-sized hail back to the west-southwest of Florida. Again, main area hail's pushing into Clay City right now. Did see that tornado probability come down just a little bit, so we're down to 24%, but we still got some strong low-level shear and moderate mid-level shear, so definitely got to be vigilant of that. We have seen storm relative helicity values also increase, so we're up to 104. Still some decent shear, so right about 40 mile an hour shear, so definitely capable of producing a tornado, so that's why we got to continue to keep an eye on it. And if you're in Noble, Illinois, so in Richland County, that rotation is pushing through town right now, so yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning till 4:45 for Richland and Lawrence County, so they're not going to continue the tornado warning, so that's a good sign, but pretty large blanket warning there, obviously for hail and damaging winds there across Clay, Richland, then northwestern Lawrence County. But you can see back to the west here, pretty good area of damaging winds. Even see some breeze spin-ups here that we'll have to keep an eye on, especially where we see the kinks along the line. One potential area right here in northwestern Clay County, just to the south of Xenia. We'll have to keep an eye on that. So seeing some rotation there. Again, rotation pushing through Noble, getting ready to head into Olney, Illinois. Definitely not as impressive as it was earlier. Still seeing that hail core. Has pulsed down a little bit, but we could see it ramp back up again. That's kind of been the case so far. That hail is crossing now into Richland County. Should slide just to the north of Noble, but in between Noble and Sailor Springs, you can expect some hail potentially up to ping pong ball size. And then damaging winds. Back to the west here. Pretty stout line of storms coming into the Wayne County area. Again, a little bit of rotation right there on the Wayne-Clay County line. Again, not as impressive as it was on the last scan, but again, we'll keep an eye on it as it moves off to the northeast here. Again, zooming back out here, just pretty much watching this solid line of storms off to the west of the metro area. We'll see things go downhill here over the next hour or two. Back towards Missouri Boot Hill, kind of seeing what we expected to happen. So some supercells develop in this area. That's why that new watch came out, and we saw the extension of the watch. Again, this cold front's pretty much knocking on the door here of the tri-state, so we'll see that severe weather threat decrease behind the main line of storms this evening. Again, did see that hail kind of ramp back up there again, just to the northwest of Noble. You can see we're showing some 2-inch diameter hail. Again, rotation is pushing through Noble, probably to the northeast of Noble now, pretty much tracking right along US 50 there. So if you're in Olney, you're not in the polygon, but definitely want to treat it as a tornado warning as we start to see that storm move in. Definitely seeing that tighten up now, starting to see more of a hook right there over Noble. We'll see if velocity responds in the latest velocity scan. Again, this is about a couple minutes old, so we'll see what the latest scan looks like. Back to the west, still a pretty stout storm pushing through northwestern Clay County into northwestern Wayne County. Again, haven't seen the response quite yet. Still some rotation right there along US 50 going through Noble. Again, if you're just north of town, northwest of Noble, definitely seeing some hail potentially up to ping pong ball size. Haven't seen any confirmation as far as a report, but definitely emergency management reported some hail ranging from nickels to even ping pong ball size. So again, tornado warning continues. That goes until 3:45. So that's for radar indicated rotation. That rotation is near the Noble area right now. Again, golf ball size hail is also likely with that. That hail core is in Richland County now, so we'll continue to watch that. We'll see if the Weather Service decides to extend that tornado warning or not. Trying to see that update on a polygon. They did not. They did do a blanket for the damaging wind threat. So Noble by 359, Olney at 410, Calhoun 425, and Claremont by 425. Again, that's for the damaging wind threat. Again, haven't seen the rotation perk up. Still a little bit of a hook there near Noble. Did see the hail increase and lightning increase there, so the kind of both red flags there, letting us know that, hey, we need to keep an eye on this as this warning continues here for about another few minutes. I think it goes till 4 p.m. Yeah, 4 p.m.'s the warning time. Again, that hook is north of Noble now. Pretty much riding just along US 50. So again, if you're along US 50, definitely want to be in a substantial shelter. Pull over, find a gas station to stop at. Again, a hail core is just north of US 50 in Richland County now. Okay, not seeing any damage reports. Good sign. Only thing we've had so far is hail reports. And I see two areas of hail now in the latest update there. So one just to the north of Noble, and then the other one just northwest of Noble. That's where the main one was located at. Haven't seen a rotation increase that much. We'll back here take a look at the west, where we have that line of storms pushing through. Again, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds will be common, especially if you're in Xenia, Johnsonville, and back towards just north of Wayne City. Again, that's where that polygon is at for that warning. Again, pretty stout storms pushing through. Back to the southwest of Mount Vernon, we're keeping an eye on a storm near Pinckneyville. Again, that is pushing towards the northeast, so that would be into Hamilton and Wayne County. And then as we head back into the Missouri Boot Hill, got a supercell near Frederickstown that we need to keep an eye on. Some new development to the south of that. And then back here in the Van Buren, Alton area, kind of the hardest hit areas from the March 15th. We got a couple supercells running along there, so we'll keep an eye on those as well. Golf ball size hail just reported near Pinckneyville, that cell that we were just talking about back there. So again, across the metro here, undisturbed environment, so we are primed for storms. Still got a little bit of filtered sunshine. So obviously, we can expect these storms to maintain intensity or even intensify. Again, rotation has really died out on the Richland County storm. Still seeing that hail core though, so if you're in to the north of Noble, to the northwest of Olney, so if you're in Dundas, that would be pushing into town here shortly. Definitely seeing our tornado probabilities decrease with that cell, so we're down to 7% now. So seen the shear weekend, so we're down to moderate on low level and weak mid level. So no surprise that we've kind of seen that rotation die out a little bit there. Pretty decent hail core there back to the south of Xenia, area that's already been hit with hail. So if you're in Flora, Clay City, again, we'll have to watch this area of hail as it pushes off to the northeast. And expect some 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds with the storm as it moves through. Likely see this tornado warning canceled or will expire at 4 either one. Got some pretty good hail video here from Clay County. Definitely some golf balls falling there, so that's definitely causing some damage up there. Even some quarter size from this video. Downtown Xenia. It looks like some quarters to dime size hail. Even some covering the ground there. So again, obviously the hail's making it to the ground. As we kind of mentioned, we were concerned about hail today. Obviously that's going to continue to verify. Again, severe thunderstorm warning continues for Richland County and Clay County. Strongest storm right now is the one that's getting ready to push just north of Olney. So Olney, you guys will miss out on the large hail, but if you're along State Route 130 between Olney and Dundas, you need to be off the roadway in a substantial shelter, as we are seeing a pretty decent hail core there across northwestern Richland County. Again, a little bit of rotation near Olney, nothing impressive. Again, that rotation is getting ready to get out of that polygon. That polygon expires in a minute here. Doesn't look like the Weather Service in Lincoln is going to extend that tornado warning, so we'll just see the severe thunderstorm warning. No reports of damage so far, mainly just hail reports so far, so that's a good sign. I've seen a lot of wind damage reports off to the north of the tri-state. Some Chicago back through Gary, Lafayette. Plenty of confirmed wind damage reports up in that direction, but haven't seen any wind damage here, mainly just hail reports so far. And still some stout storms getting ready to push into Mount Vernon, Illinois, Benton, Illinois. That would be pushing into Wayne County. So Wayne City, Fairfield, Mill Shoals. Tornado warnings expired there. So you just saw that polygon drop off your screen there. Yeah, damaging winds and large hail, the main concern right now. And that hail core is just to the north of Olney. Getting ready to cross over State Route 130. And we'll switch back to sources here and we'll give you some updates on times of arrival. Again, that's where that hail core is right now, north of Olney, right along State Route 130, getting ready to cross into Jasper County. Maybe even into Crawford County. Again, times of arrival for damaging winds, the strongest winds, especially with these clusters of storms there. Noble's already pushed through. Obviously, that was a cell we were watching there. Olney by 410, Calhoun at 425, and Claremont by 425. Again, so far, the hail reports have been the main reports here across the tri-state. Again, still has some pockets of damaging winds back to the west. Again, you can see those areas of damaging winds, one near Flora, another one just north of Reinard, and another one pushing through Reinard. Again, definitely some good hail there, getting ready to push into the Dundas area, right along US 130, north of Olney there. Yeah, rotation has dissipated, so not seeing anything imminent as far as a tornado threat. Back to the west here, obviously damaging winds and some hail. Again, the greatest hail threats back here just north of Olney. Again, that tornado probability has come down quite a bit. Up to 28% back here near Flora, so we'll keep an eye on that one, but haven't seen anything tighten up that has me concerned. Slide further southwest, again, pretty south storm pushing through Mount Vernon, Illinois. Another good storm near the DeQuinn area. Again, ping pong ball size hail reported near Pinckneyville. And those storms are out here by themselves. Again, another good storm near Chester, and another one near Frederickstown. And then obviously we're watching all these storms that will be pushing out of the Boot Hill area of Missouri here shortly. Looks like I've got a bit of an outflow boundary right here, stretching from Olney back through Sisney. See if that pops up. Yep. So we have seen some of those storms collapse. We'll have to watch it though, because as you see, this storm right here hit that outflow boundary and blew up there over Mount Vernon. So pretty much you got an outflow boundary that's stretching here through Wayne City, back through Sisney, all the way up towards Olney. We'll also keep an eye on these little renegade cells that kind of develop ahead of these lines of storms. We call those nudgers. Sometimes they can induce rotation as they merge with those other storms. If they hit the storm just right, that could help produce a tornado with that storm. So a pretty good research paper out there. If you want to learn more about it, just look it up. It's by Cameron Nixon, I believe. He was one of the PhD meteorologists who were involved in that study. So pretty cool information there as far as trying to learn more about tornadoes and kind of some signatures to look for whenever they develop. Again, still pretty good storm pushing through Flora, getting ready to move into Clay City, Reinard, Sisney. And kind of drops back off here to the south. Johnsonville, still maybe some 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Again, most of the hail has been confined here to northern Wayne County, Clay County, and then into Richland County. Again, we had that storm pulse up there briefly again near the Dundas area. That'll be pushing into Jasper and Crawford County here shortly. We have seen it come down just a little bit, but still, this storm's been pulsing up back and forth with the hail here over the past hour here as we continue to keep an eye on that. Again, if you're in the Evansville metro, all quiet for now. We're watching this solid line of storms try to develop off to the west. That's where the cold front's at. Let's go ahead and switch sources, and we'll just go ahead and start taking a look at some of the meso-analysis, and we can even show you where that cold front's located at right now. Let me turn on the winds here. But you can pretty much see where the front's located at here, which is pretty much back here. So getting ready to push through the St. Louis area. So obviously the severe weather threat's over back here. Out ahead of that, that's where the main severe weather threat is. Still some storms trying to form behind the main line. We'll have to keep an eye on those just to see if they increase in intensity or not. But right now, this solid broken line, pretty solid from up here back to about here. That continues to push off to the northeast. Back here is where we have all the supercells developing. That's where we got to be concerned for tornado potential. Again, greatest tornado potential still looks to be across southeast Missouri, potentially the lakes area, extreme southern Illinois. Before this system becomes linear, and then we'll see a line of storms with even potential for some spin-up tornadoes as we head through the evening hours here. But we'll take a look at temperatures as well. You can kind of see how they drop off. We're in the 70s, mid-70s here, ahead of the line of storms. Then back to the west, we're in the upper 40s, mid-50s. Little cells popped up here just outside of our area, so we'll keep an eye on that. Pea-sized hail reported in the Mount Vernon, Illinois area. And we'll look at some times of arrival here. This cluster of storms pushing out of Pinckneyville. So getting into our area here. So Dahlgren by 433, Keens by 436, Wayne City at 438, Belle Prairie at 439, McLeansboro at 440, Sims at 441, Springerton by 450, Mill Shoals at 450, and Fairfield by 450. Again, damaging winds and large hail, the main threat right now. But again, we'll have to continue to monitor these storms, especially as we're towards the end of that line. Could be more of a potential for a tornado to develop. A new severe thunderstorm warning for the storm we were just talking about for Hamilton County, Wayne County. That goes until, let's see what time we have on that. Goes until 5 p.m. So moving east at 54. Inch and a quarter hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, again with this cluster of storms. Not upgrade the polygon track there, but again, you see the solid cluster of storms pushing in. We'll have to keep an eye on the storm near Cesar. Again, kind of a open out here on its own. See if it develops any rotation or not. Again, you see some pretty stout winds. Again, 50, 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds with this line of storms. Still some good hail reports of an inch to a little under an inch. And a large hail core is pushed out of all but northern Richland County. Again, still a damaging wind threat back towards Clay City. A little bit of rotation near Mount Erie, but not seeing anything significant there. We'll head back south here with the new warning there for northwestern Hamilton County and then southwestern Wayne County. Again, that's where this complex of storms. You can kind of see this bow here from just north of Mount Vernon, back near Ina towards Cesar. Back here towards Cesar, we'll kind of keep an eye on this area here where the storm kind of has that good inflow into it. Even back towards DeQuinn, maybe we'll keep an eye on a little bit of rotation there. I might switch over to the Paducah radar. I might have a better look at it. Definitely a pretty decent hail core there near Bonnie and Ina. Getting ready to cross I-57 there. Again, see a little bit of rotation, not a whole lot. Near the Cesar area, and the other one not too far from the Dow DeQuinn area right here. But nothing jumping off the charts right now. Again, we'll keep an eye on it as it continues to push off to the east-northeast. Again, definitely see some hail there, so even back towards DeQuinn, pretty good, decent hail core there. We're looking at that storm from the Paducah radar. Again, so far, just severe thunderstorm warnings. We did have the one tornado warning for Clay County. Haven't seen any confirmed damage reports from the Weather Service. Yeah, Weather Service up there in Lincoln expired that tornado warning. Again, saying the storm has become outflow dominant. We kind of showed you that outflow boundary a little while ago. We'll even go back up and take a look at that now. Switch back over to the Evansville radar, as Evansville radar has best vantage point. Again, you can see that outflow boundary here, even on velocity, stretching from back near the Robinson, Illinois area to the east of Olney, and then getting ready to push through Fairfield. And then it stretches back towards the Mount Vernon cell. But again, that outflow boundary could help trigger those storms, re-intensify. We'll see if that is the case or not. Again, strongest cluster of storms right now across Mount Vernon, just to the south of the city, near Ina. If you're in the Dahlgren area, Wayne City, Belle Reve, definitely want to be prepared for some very large hail. Again, haven't seen a lot of rotation here recently. The last good rotation we had was back near Clay City and Noble. And winds have come down a little bit. The strongest winds are back near Mount Vernon, but we are also looking pretty high up in that storm. Look at this from St. Louis. Let's see if they have a better vantage point. And mainly just damaging winds so far in hail. It's pretty good hail up there in Flora, so have some hail covering the ground. Looks like anywhere from 1/4 to ping pong ball size hail. So obviously going to do some damage. Did have some 1-inch diameter hail up there in Clay City. Not surprised. We were kind of talking about that. Again, still definitely looking at hail as a dominant threat, damaging winds, and maybe a spin-up tornado. Again, looking at reports. Definitely some impressive hail pictures coming out of these storms. So again, keep an eye on that storm near Cesar. A little bit of rotation. Take a look at that from the Paducah radar. And still some decent hail there southeast of Mount Vernon and south of Mount Vernon. So right along I-57, I-64, right there at the interchange. Definitely some good size hail impacting that area there. So potentially some golf ball to even ping pong ball sized hail there. Still some decent winds on the order of 50 to 60 miles an hour. Again, not seeing a whole lot of rotation. Back up here to the north. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Clay and Richland County. Clay County, you're almost in the clear. That's last storms there right along the Clay-Richland County border. We'll keep an eye on these storms that are trying to develop back here near the cold front. We'll see if they intensify or the atmosphere has been worked over enough to where that severe threat would diminish. Again, if you're watching this from the Evansville Metro, Princeton, Vincennes, McLeansboro, back across Grayville, Henderson, Morganfield. Again, we're watching this complex of storms off to the west. That's what we're keeping an eye on. Again, also any storms that develop here across the extreme southern Illinois and then back here in the boot heel of Missouri. Again, if we kind of see those go more linear, then we could see just more of a damaging wind hail threat. Again, the tornado threat really hasn't been extremely high today. Shear values weren't overly impressive. There is enough shear that it can produce a tornado, but I definitely wasn't concerned about a tornado outbreak or anything like that. Hail was kind of the biggest threat, and the damaging winds. Haven't seen a lot of damaging wind reports here. Obviously, up north there's been plenty, but we'll see how that evolves as this line of storms continues to mature and intensify. And we'll see if we start seeing some of those reports make it to the surface. If you're into Metro here, nothing but full sunshine right now. Some good gradient winds, so we're still seeing good wind gusts of 20 to even 30 miles an hour. So obviously, sounds a little rough out there, but it's kind of the calm before the storm. We'll keep an eye on it. Again, some decent heating going on here, but we are getting into the late afternoon hours, and we'll start to see that heating gradually come to an end as we head into the afternoon. I am taking a look at some of the latest meso analysis here behind the scenes, so definitely want to keep an eye on what the atmosphere is doing. Again, the surface low is back up near Michigan right now, so that's down 2 millibars, so 1,000 millibar surface low. Cape values are still pretty impressive, so pretty much 1,500 across most of southwest Indiana. back to the west, we have 2,000 joules per kilogram, pretty much where those storms are at right now across the Mount Vernon, Illinois, back into the southeast boot hill of Missouri. That's where we see Cape values of 2,000 to 2,500 joules per kilogram. No cap in place, so obviously storms are going to take off on their own. Still some decent lapse rates here across southwest Indiana, western Kentucky, and extreme southern Illinois, so that will support that hail threat. Even low-level lapse rates are pretty good back in the boot hill of Missouri. We're getting up towards about 8 there. .850 winds are about 30 to 35 knots here. We'll see those kick up a little bit, especially as that 500 millibar mid-level jet streaks into the tri-state, and that's kind of happening right now. So some 60-knot winds across the boot hill back into southwest Illinois. That will continue to head back into southwest Indiana. So we're kind of getting that upper level support we need. Again, really not seeing significant tornado parameters anywhere in the vicinity of the tri-state here. Even STP values are meager at best. You can't rule out isolated tornado, but nothing screaming on the meso-analysis of, hey, we're going to see a tornado outbreak. Not seeing that. Definitely expect some severe weather, especially with hail and damaging winds. Warning's been upgraded for Hamilton and Wayne County to considerable. That's for the hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1.75 inch diameter hail. That's obviously getting up towards golf ball size. That warning goes until 5 p.m. Strongest part of that storm's pushing into Wayne City now. We'll go back to the radar here and give you guys an update. Let's see. Evansville might have the best look there. We'll take a look at that first. But you can see that hail core there just to the southwest of Wayne City. Another one near Cesar where we're seeing some potentially 2-inch diameter hail. Kind of seeing a little bit of a hook there between DeQuinn and Benton to the south of Cesar. We'll keep an eye on that. A little bit of disorganized rotation, but we'll see if that tightens up. Again, we're looking at that from the Evansville radar. Again, you can see that outflow boundary still stretching back from Fairfield towards the Dahlgren area. Again, when you see storms, especially like these up here, become outflow dominant, they kind of weaken a little bit. Still a decent storm, though, pushing north of Olney through Richland County. So some 1-inch diameter hail definitely would be possible there. Again, if you're in southwestern Wayne County, Wayne City, north of Dahlgren to the Belle Prairie City, north of I-64, that's where we're seeing that hail core right now. So Wayne City, you need to be ready for that hail to push in. Fairfield here shortly. Again, maybe some damaging winds, 50 to 60 miles an hour. Again, the only rotation I'm concerned about right now is back towards the Cesar area. Check damage reports here. And plenty of hail reports. It has some dime-sized hail. That was near Belle Rive. So that's that core we're looking at that's getting ready to push into Wayne City. New warning just came out. Let's see what that one's for. flood advisory, so that's for Clay, Richland, and Lawrence County. Again, seen a lot of thunderstorms train over that area, so not surprised that kind of seeing some flood issues there. Look at the Paducah radar for now, just to see how that rotation is responding near Cesar. Yeah, not seeing any storms out in front of these, so we can get those QLCS signatures going, then can't rule out some spin-up tornadoes along that line. Do some updated times of arrival here with that line of storms. Wayne City by 4:33 here in a few minutes. Dahlgren by 4:30. Keynes at 4:30. Macedonia at 4:33. Belle Prairie City by 4:37. Sims at 4:37. McLeansboro by 4:40. Jeff, Illinois by 4:45. Fairfield at 4:47. Mill Souls at 4:49. Springerton by 4:50. If you're in Enfield, Burnt Prairie. Enfield at 4:51. Burnt Prairie at 4:54. Golden Gate at 4:57. Albion at 5:05. Crossville at 5:07. Bone Gap at 5:09. Browns at 5:10. Grayville at 5:10. And Belmont at 5:14. Again, a lot of those areas here in the bottom half, you're not included in that polygon, but that gives you a general idea of when to expect these storms to push into your area. So again, right now, damaging winds and large hail the main concern. I haven't seen a significant amount of rotation yet. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll see who that's for Hamilton County. So for Hamilton, Wayne, Edwards, and White County. So a lot of those areas we just mentioned are now included in the warning. So you guys will see that pop up on your screen here in a second. Yeah, we are seeing a pretty good outflow boundary stretching here. So you can see where that outflow boundary is ahead of those storms. So again, when we normally see storms become outflow dominant, they usually weaken some. So we'll have to keep an eye on that trend to see if that continues or not. Again, any storms that develop behind that outflow boundary could intensify, but there's your new polygon that pretty much includes most of Wayne County, and then pretty much west central Edwards County, northeastern Hamilton County, and northwestern White County. Again, damaging winds and large hail, the main concerns. Have seen that hail core come down just a little bit near Wayne City. But again, still seeing some decent wind signatures there. Winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour. Again, the Weather Service did go with a considerable warning on that as 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1.75 inch diameter hail. So we did have some reports of some very large hail back to the west. Again, I haven't seen that rotation tighten up any back towards Cesar, so still some decent storms pushing across Richland County. Then storms stretching back from pretty much Calhoun through Mount Erie, Jeffersonville, into Wayne City. Fairfield will be knocking on your door here shortly. Back towards Dahlgren, Ewing, Cesar, Ina, and DuQuoin. Still pretty solid line of storms, hail, and wind potential. Again, not seeing any significant rotation. Always a good sign. Definitely some impressive hail pictures that have come in to the chat. Pretty much golf ball size, quarter size, dime size, nickel size, kind of in that general vicinity as far as hail size with these storms. And I'm looking at the Paducah radar behind the scenes here, just watching these storms on the south end to see if any rotation tightens up. And even seen this southern end of the line become outflow dominant. So that's probably why we've seen a little bit of a decrease there with those storms. So when we talk about an outflow boundary, that's when that cool air comes rushing out of those thunderstorms as they collapse. And usually when they start outrunning the storms itself, usually that cuts off the inflow into the storms and that causes them to weaken. So that's what we'll keep an eye on, especially as these outflow boundaries are starting to outrun these storms. But again, we can see new storm development ahead with those outflow boundaries, and we'll keep an eye on it and see how those evolve here over the next few hours. Damage report there, tree blown down along with pea-sized hail. That was 2 miles north of Olney, so that's probably our first wind damage report we've had so far. So again, so far the only rotation we had was back in Clay County with that tornado warning. Nothing significant that I'm seeing. We'll keep an eye on that near Wayne City as a little bit of a hook right there. And we have seen those hail cores come down just a little bit. You can't rule out some QLCS tornadoes along the line, but definitely not expecting a tornado outbreak. Again, that's something we never mentioned this week. Really didn't hit the significant or even outbreak terms with our outlook because I really wasn't seeing it on models again. I support what the Storm Prediction Center does in the National Weather Service. I kind of relay that information to you guys, but I still, as a meteorologist, do my own analysis. I took a look at the models. I take a look at the current atmosphere, and then I make my forecasts and let you guys know what I'm seeing and kind of give you that sense of urgency or sense of ease when these storm systems push through. So definitely not trying to make money off you. Definitely not looking for follower numbers. I love weather. This is what I like to do. And people know when to take me seriously whenever I start raising my voice or, pointing out areas of concern. That's when people know I'm serious. So I don't play around when it comes to weather. So that's not what you're going to get when you get here. I'll give you the analysis and what I'm seeing, straight to the point. Not going to beat around the bush, get you to buy a subscription or anything like that. That's your choice, not mine. So that's always something I'll be working on as I continue to get more free time eventually. So again, pretty stout storms pushing across the tri-state. So we still have those warnings in effect. Again, considerable tags for hail so far, just for Wayne, Edwards, and then extreme northeastern Hamilton and northern White County. And then back to the west with this storm near the Cesar and Ewing area. Again, do have pretty stout outflow boundaries ahead of the lines of storms. So again, that's probably impacting the severity of them a little bit. Again, kind of moving into a more favorable area, especially as we've seen some pretty decent heating here today. So we'll see how those storms react here across the metro as they push into the area. We'll go ahead and switch over to the Paducah radar. So we'll go take a look at these storms back off to the southwest. Again, still a decent storm back near Ava. I'll be pushing towards the West Frankfort, Heron area. Then eventually towards Saline, Hamilton County. So we'll keep an eye out on that over the next hour. Again, still not seeing a whole lot of rotation. Back to the west, this is where all the action's at right now in the Missouri Boot Heel, and that's kind of where we expected the greatest tornado focus to be, was back towards the Boot Heel, western Kentucky, extreme southern Illinois, even northwest Tennessee. But you can see some of these supercells here producing 1-2 inch diameter hail. Again, a little bit of rotation with some of them, but kind of messy back here, kind of seeing more of a line start to develop. So we could just wind up dealing with a line of storms and not have to worry too much about supercells or anything like that across the tri-state. But again, we're going to continue to watch this evolve and see if that continues to develop into a linear mode more than individual supercells. And pretty decent storm near Greenville there in southeast Missouri. You've seen some 3-inch diameter hail there. It's north of Williamsville. Really not seeing tornado parameters jump off here. About the best we've had so far was back there near, back in Clay County when we had that tornado warning. That was the best shear we've seen for the day, but so far so good as far as tornado warnings for now. Switch back over to the Evansville radar real quick. Again, you can see all the hail reports back to the west, so only one report so far is up here in Clay County where we had a tree down, but you can see hail reports anywhere from an inch, inch and a half to 88 hundredths, which is kind of your nickel to dime size hail. Yeah, and definitely producing some heavy rainfall, so we did see that flood advisory come out for Clay and Richland County. Again, so far, this line right here is the main event. We did see some additional storms try to develop on the backside of this line, but that really hasn't materialized. So we'll see if that continues to be the case here. Again, haven't really seen any renegade cells here develop ahead of the main line. Again, outflow dominant. Kind of has me a little bit concerned here as far as severity. You know, this outline or outflow boundary is starting to outpace this line of storms. So when you start getting that outflow way ahead of the line of storms, usually you see a weakening trend. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. We have seen hail values come down a little bit. Still a few cores here and there. One up in Lawrence County near the Chauncey area. Could be a little bit of hail there. You're not seeing any rotation. Another good sign. Other area hails near the Ava area and then back in that southeast Missouri area where we just took a tour of some of the strongest storms there. Take a look at mesoanalysis here behind the definitely have cooling cloud tops back in Missouri, southeast Missouri, even across southern Illinois. So when you see your cloud tops start to cool, that usually means your intensity is going to continue. If you start seeing them warm, then you'll see the intensity of those storms drop off. So still some decent cooling to the cloud tops. Yeah, not seeing anything on water vapor that has me concerned about any development ahead of the storms. New severe thunderstorm warning. That goes for Lawrence and Richland County till 5:15. So that'd be for extreme northern Lawrence County, and then extreme northeastern Richland County. Clay County, you're in the clear as that complex of storms push through, but you're still going to see some heavy rain here over the next hour or so. Still some 35 to 40 knot, 850 winds. And that mid-level jets kind of pushing into the tri-state now. And pretty decent cape here ahead of this line of storms, so definitely have to watch back towards southern Illinois, back towards the Boot Heel and the lakes area of western Kentucky. That's where the best cape values are right now. We have 2,000 to 2,500 joules per kilogram of instability, so obviously plenty of fuel for those storms there. Again, best shear right now is back across southeast Missouri, where we have some our wind shear is about 60 knots there across the metro, about 45, 50 across western Kentucky. So kind of the best shear is back here along in south I-64, kind of the area that the Storm Prediction Center was watching earlier. Again, that's what we'll have to keep an eye on as this line continues to push through. Again, helicity values aren't that impressive, so definitely not screaming tornado threat anywhere. So as most of these parameters that I've looked at here, again, we could see a brief spin up, and that's probably about it. Take a look at some short-term guidance real quick behind the scenes while you guys are looking at the radar. Definitely a lot of hail, so that's verified. So that was kind of the concern for today. Yeah, been getting a lot of questions about Wednesday. I try to stay focused on one at a time here. You know, obviously Wednesday has potential. I'm not going to sit here and say outbreak. I'm not going to sit here and say significant, because a lot's going to change between now and Wednesday. So pretty large area severe weather potentially. So that's kind of a concern. But again, short-term guidance kind of keeps this line, kind of falls apart once it starts pushing into southwest Indiana here. And then we see some new storms fire along the river here, as that complex of storms develops across southeast Missouri and pushes across western Kentucky. So that would be right around between 6 and 8 p.m. here. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Again, severe threat would be over pretty early now, so definitely not looking at midnight. I kind of went a little conservative there and said midnight, so it's still looking like about things will be over with by 10 or 11. This evening. And definitely the best tornado threat again. It's going to be down near the lakes area, southeast Missouri, northwest Tennessee. Here across southwest Indiana, southern Illinois. Still looking like a hail damaging wind threat. Can't rule out a spin up, but definitely not expecting any strong tornadoes here. So We'll go back to the radar, start breaking some stuff down here and see what we're dealing with. And still see a pretty stout outflow boundary, so pretty much starts from Lawrenceville, runs back just to the west of St. Francisville, Allendale, Bone Gap through Albion, Springerton, just to the northwest of Enfield through McLeansboro. Again, that's outflow from the thunderstorms. Obviously, is getting well ahead of this line of storms here, so we've kind of seen this line weaken some. The best hail core we have right now is up here near the Birds area in northern Lawrence County, and that's getting ready to push out of the area. Again, even the wind threat's not as impressive as it was earlier. But again, this is kind of moving into a favorable area, so we're not going to give you the all clear or lower our guard here on severe weather. Looking at the Paducah radar just for the south end of this line. Again, still a pretty decent outflow boundary down there too, pretty much stretching through McLeansboro back towards Heron, Carbondale, Grand Tower. Again, the storms back into Boot Hill are the best looking ones right now. Pretty decent storm pushing through the Perryville, Missouri area. That's getting ready to push across the Mississippi River into southwest Illinois, into Jackson County, Carbondale area. It's got some decent hail and some wind there, but here in immediate tri-state, nothing too exciting right now. So no complaints here, but that's kind of the forecast route I took. Said we could potentially see a few supercells develop. That luckily has not been the case, and I'm not going to complain about that because we don't want storms out there running in this environment by itself. So again, we do have that outflow boundary running out front of these storms, so we'll have to keep an eye on those. So it's like you're getting a tornado warning out there in the Boot Hill of Missouri. They're drawing that one up right now. And that was an area of concern we had there, kind of a focus. So, and a lot of hail reports back there as well. So anywhere from 1 to 2 inches. Yeah, tornado warnings for Butler and Ripley, Missouri. Back here near the Greenville area. Pretty close to area near March 15th where that tornado warning just came out. It's just to the west of Poplar Bluff, so Storm Spotter did report rotation as well, but the Weather Service is also seeing that tornado develop on radar. And our probabilities just went up to 48% on that storm, so strong low-level shear. That's where that tornado warning is. So again, back into Boot Hill, Missouri, where we expected the best storms to be today. And here in the metro, you see where that polygon is back there near Poplar Bluff. We'll keep an eye on those as they continue to push off to the east and northeast. And no immediate threat to the tri-state. And still not seeing these storms intensify too much. Be curious to see if warnings get continued or not as they get close to expiration. So Still about 23 minutes on this warning up here in Wayne County, then Edwards County, into northeastern Hamilton and northwestern White County. Then about 8 minutes back on the Hamilton and southwestern Wayne County, which southwestern Wayne County, you're pretty much in the clear. So western Wayne County, a severe threat's coming to an end. Even Clay and Richland County, you guys are pretty much in the clear now. Anything else trying to develop behind that line really has struggled. So probably see that tornado watch get canceled early there. Again, Paducah did just issue, or that was canceled. I believe that was a cancellation. Yeah, that was an expiration of that warning. So yeah, we just southwestern Wayne County, you guys are in the clear. Hamilton County. Again, warning. We're going to see these warnings drop off, especially as the storms have become outflow dominant. Again, when you see these storms become outflow dominant, that's when that cooler air rushes out ahead of those storms. It pretty much chokes off those storms, so the inflow gets choked off, and eventually they'll continue to weaken below severe limits. But what we have to keep an eye on with this outflow boundary is if we see any storms develop ahead of it. So, for an example, up here in Knox County, northern Knox County, you can see a new cell that's just fired ahead of this outflow boundary. That's what we got to keep an eye on for stuff like that. Again, still early. Definitely got to keep an eye on stuff, but not seeing anything significant that's jumping off the charts here. So if we see a lot of these warnings get canceled, we may jump off the air here for a little bit and take a break. But we have been on the air for 2 hours straight here, so don't have to worry about any TV stations or contracts or anything like that. So we can sit here and broadcast as long as we want. But so far so good. Just a few hail reports and a little bit of wind damage up there in Clay and Richland County so far. Got another little cell just north of Jasper there. Again, you can see that outflow boundary there. Tracing along there with my mouse, you can see well ahead of this line of storm, so that's kind of why we're seeing that intensity decrease. We'll even put the radar into motion, and you can see this outflow boundary push ahead of this line of storms. But this is what we're watching for right here, activity to fire ahead of the line of storm. So that's what we need to be concerned about with these storms. So we are seeing some activity start to increase there across Knox County into Davies County, Indiana, and Martin County. So you're ahead of that outflow boundary, so that's what we got to keep an eye on. Again, boundaries like this can serve as triggers for storms to develop, so that's what we'll keep an eye on as it continues to push off to the east. Take a look at visible satellite behind the scenes here to see if we got any CU popping along that line. Definitely seen lightning decrease, so we do have that parameter turned on here. So when we see a jump in lightning, where it could potentially have these storms intensifying, then it will alert us on our program here. Seeing a little bit of CU development right along the Wabash River, so ahead of that outflow boundary. So that's where we got to keep an eye on here, just to see. We're starting to see the storms pop across Knox County. We'll see if that trend continues back towards Gibson and then into White County. We'll just see what develops ahead of this storm, outflow boundary as it pushes off to the east. Definitely seeing a lot of cumulus development across southeast Illinois and southwest Indiana ahead of this outflow boundary. Definitely start to see cloud tops warm across southern Illinois, so obviously that indicates these storms are weakening. The storms across southeast Missouri, pretty solid cold cloud tops there, so those storms are going to be sustained for a while as those cloud tops continue to cool. So the area that we're going to be watching here is any or all activity that develops ahead of this outflow boundary. Again, that outflow boundary is getting pretty far ahead of everything here, so definitely seeing a lot of the warnings drop off. Still some decent storms, though. Did see a little bit of pulse up here with this storm over Franklin County. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Again, it's kind of moving into that favorable area, and then definitely don't have that outflow dominant feature as across our southern Illinois, southeast Illinois counties, where that outflow boundary is well ahead of that complex of storms. So we'll zoom back in down there. You can see that hail core that's developed near to the west of West Frankfort, near the Ziegler area, Freeman Spur. So that will continue to push off to the east. Again, if you're in Saline and Hamilton County, we'll keep an eye on that, as that storm did just pulse up. So we'll see if it maintains intensity as it pushes off to the east. Again, you can see that outflow boundary here ahead of that storm system. So we'll see if that has any impacts on it as it moves into some cooler, slightly cooler air. Actually got a pretty decent view of it from the Paducah radar, and it's actually showing 2-inch diameter hail. A little bit of a hook, but not seeing any rotation of significance. Still that lone supercell in the southeast Missouri Boot Hill. Tornado warning continues on that one. Still some decent rotation and hail on that, so wouldn't be shocked if it's close to producing. I know they did have some rotation reported by a spotter earlier. Even had some golf ball size hail in Greenville, Missouri. That's back in the Boot Hill there. With that storm that's north of the one that's heading towards the Poplar Bluff area. So we'll go over here and switch sources real quick. Do a little telestrating here so you can see that pretty much line of storms. New warning actually just came out for northern counties, so Knox, Davies, and Martin County. Several severe thunderstorm warning. And let's go up there and take a look and see what we got here. Mainly for damaging winds. But 70-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. That's where we kind of seen some of those storms pop ahead of this outflow boundary. These storms are pretty much right along that outflow boundary. So that's what we're keeping an eye on. Again, we've seen a little bit of a CU development, cumulus development here along the Wabash River into southwest Indiana. So you can see a cell that's popped here near the radar site in Owensville, another one near Princeton. So that's what we got to keep an eye on. Any storms that fire ahead of this boundary, once this boundary catches up to those showers or storms, that's going to allow those storms to intensify as that boundary interacts with them. So that's what we got to keep an eye on. Again, another strong cell there across southeastern Davies to southwestern Martin County. But the warning, 70-mile-an-hour winds for the storm that's pushing through the Vincennes area. Being to Bruceville, Bicknell by 5 o'clock, 5:08. Edwardsport by 5:14. Plainville by 5:21. Odin at 5:34. And Crane by 5:41. Again, severe thunderstorm warning. Considerable tag for 70-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. That's for northern Knox County, northern Davies County, and northern Martin County. That goes until 5:45 Central or 6:45 Eastern. Again, continue to see activity fire right along this outflow boundary. Again, so we're not letting our guard down in southwest Indiana or even western Kentucky. Turn on our telestrator. But again, here's that outflow boundary. You can see it well ahead of that line of storms behind it. So that's what we're keeping an eye on right here. You got activity that's firing along and ahead of that boundary. Even watching some stuff trying to develop back here. Again, as this outflow boundary pushes off to the east, if it interacts with any of these storms, we're going to see those storms intensify quickly as that cold air rushes in behind that line of storms. Definitely seen warnings increase back here across southeast Missouri and southwest Illinois. And that was kind of the concern we had this morning for the metro in western Kentucky. That's where we figured our storms would come from. So, and did have some pea-sized hail reported in Albion. But again, you can see all the warnings back here to the west. Again, outflow boundary still stretching back here. So we'll have to see if that cuts off the inflow into these storms. Right now, not seeing any outflow dominant storms here. Confirmed tornado now back there near Poplar Bluff. That was observed. So obviously that's in a favorable environment. So confirmed tornado warning down there. That's kind of the area that had the greatest setup for tornadoes today. So we'll go back to our other radar program. And we'll go up here to Knox County, keep an eye on this storm. So I believe that warning has expired for Wayne, White, Edwards County. Well, we did have a 63-mile-an-hour wind gust there at the Lawrenceville Airport, so that explains the warning there. So that was measured at the ASOS site there at the airport near Lawrenceville. So obviously ground confirmation of damaging winds there. So that warning continues. Seeing a little bit of hail just to the north of Vincennes. Also off to the east of Oaktown. I'll be heading towards the Sanborn area. So if you're in Bruceville or Bicknell, expect a little bit of hail. Not seeing any rotation or anything like that. Again, damaging wind threat. Again, confirmed damaging wind gust of 63 miles an hour at the Lawrenceville Airport. So obviously, confirmation of damage there. Definitely got to be concerned about that. So that's why that warning continues. So if you're in Knox County, Davies County, and Martin County, definitely want to seek shelter in a substantial shelter. And did have a 48-mile-an-hour wind gust there in Mount Carmel, at the Mount Carmel Airport. So that was reported by the ASOS. So 48 miles an hour, or excuse me, 49 miles an hour there near the Mount Carmel Airport as well, near the St. Francisville area. So definitely starting to see some wind reports come in here. Again, keeping an eye on this supercell or the cell pushing into southern Martin County out here by itself. So we'll keep an eye on it. Again, still seeing showers develop ahead of the outflow boundary. Talked about how we were seeing some cumulus development ahead of that across southwest Indiana. You could see pretty much from Mount Vernon back up towards Princeton, towards Washington. Again, any activity that can get started before this outflow boundary moves through could help definitely cause those storms to pulse up and potentially have more of a severe weather threat with it. Definitely starting to see hail increase again back off towards the west. So we might be seeing, definitely see these storms right here starting to catch up to this outflow boundary, because you can see this boundary right here, and these storms are pretty much right there with it. So if they can catch up to that outflow boundary, then definitely could see some severe weather with those storms. But again, the ones well ahead of this boundary, it's going to be difficult for those to maintain intensity, as it's going to be ingesting that cooler air ahead of that line. So here in the tri-state, the only warnings we have going right now is northeastern Lawrence County, which you guys are almost in the clear. Northern Knox County, northern Davies County, and northern Martin County. Again, that's for confirmed damaging wind gusts at a confirmed wind gust of 63 miles an hour at the Lawrenceville Airport and 49 at the Mount Carmel Airport, which is near the St. Francisville area. So obviously, definitely some confirmed damaging wind gusts there. The hail threat has decreased some, except across northern Knox County. That's where potentially some 1-inch diameter hail. I've seen shear increase a little bit here across northern Knox County. So we have some moderate low-level shear, 98% low-level shear is still a little bit weak, but mid-level shear is moderate. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this just to see if anything tries to spin up. You're not seeing any rotation right now, but do have a lot of range folding in that area, so kind of missing some data there. Again, some decent storms pushing across Wabash County. Again, can't rule out some gusty 40 to 50 mile an hour winds as those storms push through the tri-state here. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that as those move into the tri-state area. across the Wabash River. Again, these storms that are back across Edwards and through southeastern Wayne County, Hamilton County, and northwestern White County are subsevere right now, but we'll have to keep an eye on those. We are starting to see a few hail signatures increase. One near Allendale started to increase, actually seeing our probabilities come up just a little bit for tornadoes. So we're up to 7% now. So again, these storms might finally be catching the outflow boundary. Estimated 70 mile an hour wind gusts there in Bicknell. So again, if you're up in Knox County, this storm's means business. It's producing damaging winds. So some trees reported down in Bruceville. That was reported to the 911 center up there in northern Knox County. Again, I have seen the hail core come down just a little bit. Definitely still some damaging winds there across northern Knox County. So if you're in southwest Indiana and western Kentucky, again, do not let your guard down. Again, we're definitely watching these storms back here pushing out of southwest Illinois and southeast Missouri. Those are pretty much going to clip areas along and south of 64. Right now, areas north of 64, we are seeing these storms intensify across Wabash County, extreme southern Lawrence County, and then the southern half of Knox County, which you guys are not included in that warning right now, but we'll have to continue to monitor these cells to see if they intensify. And if you're in northern Knox County, northern Davies County, Plainfield, Odin, Bicknell, obviously we had confirmed damaging winds of 70 miles an hour. That was, an estimated report of 70 mile an hour winds in Bicknell. Again, we'll see if that continues as it pushes off to the east. And it is difficult to estimate winds sometimes, and sometimes those reports can be a little excessive. So definitely not seeing the velocities to support a 70, but nonetheless, we could see some of that wind make it down to the surface. So definitely see that new cell developing there near Princeton, Fort Branch, near the radar site. Again, we'll see how that outflow boundary interacts with that here in a second and see if it really pulses up. So pea-size hail falling in Mount Carmel. That's at Wabash Valley College. So again, that storm is starting to intensify some. Definitely seeing our tornado probabilities increase with it. So as we are near 10% on those. Again, strongest storm stretch from St. Francisville back through Allendale, into Mount Carmel, Belmont, just north of Grayville. Still a decent cell just to the southeast of Golden Gate, but those are sub-severe right now. Again, seeing a little bit of activity fired near New Haven, across Posey County. Again, we mentioned how we were seeing some of that CU development ahead of that outflow boundary. So again, that outflow boundary could boost those storms as they move into the Still seeing a decent storm here across Knox County. Again, hail values have increased a little bit just to the north of Wheatland, between Bicknell and Wheatland. Again, some hail up to 1 inch in diameter. This cell here across southern Martin County, out here by itself, producing a little bit of hail. That's about it. Still seeing hail values increase a little bit across southern Knox County, so St. Francisville back through Allendale. We have seen this storm intensify a little bit. Again, that storm cell in Princeton, Fort Branch, really starting to pulse up now. That's where it's starting to feel the effects of this outflow boundary. So again, we'll see how these storms fire up whenever this outflow boundary collides with this storm. You know, could see them quickly intensify, especially even across Posey County where we're seeing this activity start to develop ahead of the outflow boundary. Back to the west again, strongest storms from about Benton back towards Poplar Bluff. Again, you see those tornado warnings popping up there across the Boot Heel. Looks like the one near Poplar Bluff was discontinued, so that's a good sign. But we continue to monitor these storms up here in Knox County into Wabash County and then into Gibson County as well. Even seeing a little cell fire here over Evansville. Pea-sized hail again in Mount Carmel, so definitely getting some hail reports there. Still seeing that cell intensify some, but not seeing the hail signature has been concerned, but definitely seeing shear values increase, so we'll have to keep an eye on that just to see if anything becomes of that. So still pretty stout cells. Definitely seeing hail increase again between Bicknell and Wheatland. So that hail core is just north the US 50 and south of State Route 67. So definitely some 1-inch diameter hail there. Be getting close to the Bruceville area and then pushing into Davies County, Indiana. Still watching this cell north of Fort Branch, again, right on top of the radar site. So obviously we're not going to get a good look at it while it's there. So we'll see if it continues to pulse up. Again, it's that outflow boundary starting to catch up to that storm. Again, easily could see these storms pulse up quickly with the interaction of that boundary. Storms are really fired up across Knox County. We'll see if that continues. Again, these storms are pretty much ahead of that outflow boundary. So you can see where that outflow boundary is right here. These storms are trying to catch. These are ahead of that outflow boundary. So either the outflow boundary will catch these storms that are ahead, and these storms behind it might eventually catch up to that outflow boundary. And that's kind of what we're seeing here where these storms have pulsed up, but we did see some new development ahead of that outflow boundary. So that's kind of why we've seen those storms blow up, especially with that boundary interacting with those storms. So definitely seeing clouds increase across the metro. So definitely going to keep an eye on that. Got our camera looking west just to see what these storms do. Again, severe weather threat continues for all of southwest Indiana, western Kentucky. If you're in Clay, Richland, almost all of Lawrence County, northwestern Edwards County and Wayne County, you guys are in the clear for the night, so your severe weather threat is over. Okay, main concern continues to be damaging winds and large hail, especially across southwest Indiana, southeast Illinois, western Kentucky. Again, western Kentucky, you might have a better chance of seeing a few spin-up tornadoes. That's what we'll be keeping an eye on this afternoon and evening. Again, watching that storm that's pulsed up near Princeton and Fort Branch as that outflow boundary interacts with that storm. Again, we mentioned that we saw the increase in cumulus development, so obviously definitely seeing activity fire ahead of that outflow boundary. Still a pretty decent storm there south of Princeton, so we'll keep an eye on that because definitely starting to interact with that boundary. Definitely seeing new storms develop across southwest Indiana, so I'd say that severe weather threat is definitely going to increase here over the next hour or so, especially as these new storms that are developing ahead of this outflow boundary interact with the boundary itself. That should help those storms intensify. So definitely got to be on your guard here for damaging winds and large hail. Still a decent storm pushing across southern Martin County. You can see a little bit of a hook there. Not a ton of rotation, but we'll keep an eye on it just to see if anything develops. Again, decent hail core there, pretty much stretching from Bicknell and then just north of Wheatland. That's getting ready to cross into Daviess County, Indiana. Still decent cell across southern Knox County. Again, we're watching these cells, see how they interact with this outflow boundary. So yeah, pretty stout storm pushing into the Plainville, Washington area. Get another storm on top of the radar site there near Princeton and Fort Branch. I haven't seen any additional wind reports other than the estimated back there in Bicknell. Again, the strongest winds are actually getting ready to push into the Plainville area up in northeastern Daviess County. Again, storms back in southern Edwards County, pushing into northern White County. Those are subsevere right now. Again, outflow boundary is well ahead of those storms, so definitely not expecting anything significant out of those, but you know, I was keeping an eye on our tower cam in Evansville just to see how these storms are developing. Definitely seeing cumulus clouds increase, so definitely seeing that boundary interact with that storm that's to the northwest of Mount Vernon. Again, one to the south of Princeton, pretty much near the Toyota plant between Princeton and Fort Branch, right along US 41. Even seeing wind values increase a little bit there. So I wouldn't be shocked to see this storm go warned here shortly as it interacts with that outflow boundary. Again, you see all this new activity firing ahead of that outflow boundary across Vandenberg, Wark, back towards Pike County, Posey County. Again, this is where that outflow boundary is. So as that boundary hits these developing showers and thunderstorms, we'll see it, they'll blow up, as that's kind of the case with the Gibson County one right now. Again, it is on top of the radar site, so obviously we're not getting a good look at it, but we're seeing those storms develop. So that's kind of what we expected with storms that develop ahead of the boundary. Again, this storm here in southern Martin County, getting ready to push out of our area. It's still trying to produce some rotation. Got the little hook on it, a little bit of hail, but nothing impressive. It's up to 23% as far as tornado probabilities. Again, the rest of these storms are still single-digit percentage, but nothing significant. So pretty decent cell fired up there just to the south of Elberfeld, so right along I-69 there. Again, still ahead of that boundary, but again, we'll see how that outflow boundary interacts with these storms. So Yeah, it's cell near Mount Vernon's definitely starting to intensify, so it's interacting with that boundary. Same can be said for the one that's pushing just north of the Toyota plant. Another decent cell there, again, south of Elberfeld. So trying to turn my tower cam in Evansville there just to take a look at them, see how they look from a visual standpoint. Yeah, they are interacting with that outflow boundary, so that's kind of the case when you see these storms impact or interact with these boundaries, then we can see them quickly turn severe as they move off to the northeast. So yeah, pretty good tower here with that cell near the Toyota plant, and the other one near Elberfeld. So we can definitely see the precipitation falling from our tower cam on the east side. Again, kind of going to watch this storm near Mount Vernon. Definitely seeing plenty of cumulus development ahead of this line of storms. So the only warnings we have going still for Knox, Davies, and Martin County, again, for that line of storms that pulsed up, produced some damaging winds up there. And Lawrence County, where we had that 63-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Quite a few damage reports there with trees down near Bicknell, another one near Freelandville, another one near Bruceville. So definitely seeing some wind damage up in northern Knox County. Again, decent looking storm coming into Mount Vernon. So looking at some pictures there that were sent in. Not seeing anything of concern right now, but again, as these storms interact with this boundary, can't rule out some strong to severe storms pushing through the area. So that cell up in northern Davies County, seeing it weaken a little bit, not producing as much hail. Again, that outflow boundary starting to outpace those storms again. Again, this little cell here getting ready to push out of Martin County. It's trying. It's out here by itself. Kind of has a hook to it. 26% for tornado risk, but looks like it's going to stay below severe limits in our area. Then again, you can see these storms firing off here. One that's tough. Elberfeld's not looking too bad, so definitely seeing that intensify. That's well ahead of the outflow boundary, but you can see that outflow boundary right here with that storm near Solitude. We'll see how they blow up if they continue to strengthen as they push into the Evansville metro. So just seeing a picture of what looks to be Tim Marshall in Evansville, which is interesting. You know, Tim Marshall, he does a lot of the surveys for significant tornadoes. So usually if there's a question on a tornado being EF4 or EF5, Tim Marshall is the guy that comes out and makes that determination. So been involved with severe weather forecasting for a long time. So again, strongest storm on the books right now is this one just to the south of Elberfeld. So that's out there in the bluegrass area. So that one's really pulsed up. Another storm's developed near the Cason area. We're keeping an eye on all those as they continue to pulse up ahead of the outflow boundary. Again, the rest of the storms here across western Gibson, southern Knox County are subsevere right now. The storm that's fired up near Princeton, getting ready to push into the Francisco, Oakland City area. We'll have to keep an eye on that. It's interacting with that outflow boundary. So we've kind of seen that pulse up a little bit. So definitely seen those storms pulse up. A little bit concerned about this cell in Posey County. Definitely seeing our tornado parameter program key in on this. So it's up to 48% on a probability for tornadoes. So right now we have strong low-level shear. That's a little bit concerning. So mid-level shear is weak still. So we're going to keep an eye on it. But it's interacting with that outflow boundary. So it won't take much to get these storms going as it moves off to the east-northeast here. So we're going to watch it, and especially this cell here to the south of Linville and Elberfeld. Update from a follower saying the storm sirens are down in Warwick County, so you shouldn't worry about storm sirens in the first place because that's not your primary source of warning information anyway. So again, pretty strong storm across northwestern Warwick County. Another one just south of Princeton near the Toyota plant. And then a strong storm across western Posey County, just northwest of Mount Vernon. Watching all those storms as they're interacting with an outflow boundary that's pushing off to the southeast. So again, we'll continue to see if they pulse up, see if warnings would be required. Again, storms off to our west are consolidating into a line across southeast Missouri. The main tornado threat is back here near Poplar Bluff. We have a tailwind Charlie is what we like to call them. That's where you have a supercell on the end of that line that's unimpeded. So it has the ability to produce that tornado. So that's where that tornado warning's at. So again, storms pushing across West Frankfort, Benton, towards the Carbondale area. Some hail-damaging wind threats. Those are pushing off to the east. Could eventually impact the metro area. Again, watching these storms fire ahead of this outflow boundary. Again, seeing some 40 to 50 mile-an-hour winds maybe across Gibson County. Definitely seeing a storm fire up as it interacts with that boundary near Oakland City, Francisco. Another strong storm getting ready to push into Petersburg. Again, strongest storms now across northeastern Davies County near the Odin area. Definitely seeing some strong winds there. The lone cell we were watching near Shoals is actually getting ready to push out of our area. It has a little bit of rotation to it, but that's going to clear our area shortly. Again, decent little hail core just to the south of Elberfeld there and over the Bluegrass area. So if you're in that area, you're probably seeing some hail. That line continues to expand back into the metro area. Again, we kind of gave you that alert about those storms firing ahead of the boundary. As of right now, they are subsevere. Still some 30 to 40 mile-an-hour winds, maybe a little bit of hail just south of Princeton. Getting ready to cross Highway 64 between Princeton and Francisco. Still watching that cell there in Posey County. We're up to 55% on a tornado probability with our program here. So strong low-level shear, moderate mid-level shear. Definitely something we're going to keep an eye on and see if it definitely starts rotating. So it's interacting with that boundary right now. Again, doesn't take much for those boundaries to pop off a severe storm or even a tornadic storm as those boundaries interact with those storms. Yeah, if you're in Wayne County, you guys are in the clear for the severe weather threat. Edwards County, you're in the clear. Wabash County, all but southern Wabash County, you guys are in the clear as far as severe weather threat. Threat continues for Hamilton and White County, also Saline and Gallatin County. Again, pretty big cluster of storms getting ready to push into southwestern Illinois from the Boot Hill, Missouri. A lot of hail reports with those storms. Might see a warning popped here for this cell that's pushing into Francisco or just to the west of Francisco. Seeing some hail that's getting pretty close to 1 inch in diameter. So we'll see if the Weather Service in Paducah drops a warning with that storm. Also, the one near Elberfeld getting ready to push into Linville could see a little bit of hail up to a 1/4 inch, maybe 1/2 inch in that area. But again, there's the warning for Gibson and Pike County. So we just talked about that. So the Weather Service dropped that severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll take a look at that as a polygon pops up. But again, you can see that area of hail that we're concerned about is just to the east of Princeton. Just crossed Highway 64. We'll be pushing towards the I-69 corridor here shortly. You see that hail expanding. But again, this is what happens when that outflow boundary interacts with these storms that develop ahead of it. We'll see these storms across Warwick and Vandenberg counties blow up as this boundary interacts with it. Again, the one in Posey counties trying to go severe as well. We'll continue to see these storms expand as the boundary continues to interact with them. There's a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, for northeastern Gibson County, northern Pike County, that's for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1 inch diameter hail. Yep, and that goes until 6:30. Times of arrival: Petersburg by 5:59, Otwell by 6:12, and Alfordsville. You guys are not included in that warning, but that will be in your area by about 6:30. So again, a couple stout storms, one in northwestern Vandenberg County, just south of Elberfeld, getting ready to push into Linville. Another strong storm over Posey County, just to the southwest of Blairsville. Again, that one's pretty close to going severe. The one in northern Warwick County is also pretty close to going severe, so I wouldn't be shocked to see additional warnings come out here shortly. The one we were keeping an eye on in Martin County that's pushing out, severe thunderstorm warning just issued for that. That's actually pushed out of Martin County. They are included in that warning, but that is getting ready to clear that area. Again, numerous storms firing ahead of that outflow boundary. Again, we're looking at them here in the metro, not seeing anything of major concern. Still seeing quite a bit of sunlight breaking through, so I'm going to turn that camera a little bit further to the northwest. Again, so far the dominant report today has been a large hail. New severe thunderstorm warning just came out for Hamilton County. That's for 1.5 inch diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That would be with this cell back here near Benton. So you'll see that polygon pop up here shortly. I've seen those tornado parameters come down just a little bit there over Posey County, so didn't see that rotation tighten up anywhere. But again, the storm is out here by itself, so we'll need to keep an eye on it. Across the metro, seeing some storms, mainly just showers and thunderstorms right now. Nothing severe. Again, I haven't seen any damage reports yet. Again, that warning just came out for Gibson County, so Definitely a lot of hail pictures being sent into the Weather Service, so that verified for today's threat. So starting to see some damaging winds over Gibson County. Maybe not. We'll see. See where that outflow boundary is. Again, interacting with these storms. Getting ready to catch these storms here in the metro and Warwick County, so we'll see if they go severe or not. So far, they've maintained intensity, but haven't increased too much. Again, fairly strong storm pushing through the Solitude into Wadesville, Poseyville, eventually Hopstop, Fort Branch, Owensville. Again, sub-severe right now, but a strong storm could produce some hail, maybe a little bit of damaging winds of 40 to 50 miles an hour. Again, a cell pushing in through the metro area, back towards Linville, to the Bluegrass area. Again, sub-severe right now. Our severe storm, seen that hail come down just a little bit. It's kind of out in rural Gibson County, getting ready to push into rural Pike County, just to the southwest of Petersburg. I've seen a little bit of increase in lightning there, so we'll see if that continues to be the case as that storm pushes into Pike County. Again, some stronger winds, 30 to 40 mile an hour winds pushing through Oakland City. Again, strongest storms. Again, another one across Posey County. That's one we've been keeping an eye on. Another one right here in the metro. Could be a little pea-sized hail not too far from the airport there in Highland, Melody Hill, right along 57 and 41. So, don't be surprised if you see some small hail there. Another area through the Bluegrass area just to the southeast of Elberfeld and another south of Linville. Again, less than an inch diameter right now, but we'll keep an eye on it, see if it continues to pulse up. Storm pushing into Bedford. Pretty impressive, so definitely had that development ahead of the main line. So we'll go back and look at these storms to the south on the Paducah radar. Again, still some decent storms pressing through West Frankfort, Benton, Carbondale, back towards Grand Tower. Then we got a solid line of storms that's pushing out of southeast Missouri into southwest Illinois. 2 active tornado warnings, one down there in northeastern Arkansas, the other one just to the west northwest of New Madrid, Missouri. So those are where the strongest storms are at right now. And just had a confirmed report in Stoddard County of a tornado on the ground. So that was the storm we just talked about there near Bloomfield, just to the west-northwest of New Madrid. If you're in the metro area, obviously the skies are pretty dark off to the north of the metro. Again, those are the storms that we're watching that are pushing northeast. Take a look at this cell here. Still pretty decent cell there near Linville. Right there, borderline severe, so Yeah, and those storms here on the north side of Evansville and Linville, they'll be interacting with that outflow boundary here shortly. So we'll see if that helps push them over the edge and intensify to severe levels. So new cells popped up just to the southwest of Mount Vernon. We'll keep an eye on that. One pushing into Wadesville, Solitude. A little bit of hail with it, sub-severe. Not seeing a lot of wind on radar right now. Fort Branch, definitely some heavy rainfall. Not seeing a lot of hail. Maybe some gusty winds from Somerville back towards Mackey. Getting ready to push into Elberfeld here shortly. Some 30 to 40 mile an hour winds. But the warning that we had for Gibson County, Pike County continues. That storm's about out of Gibson County. So that warning will continue for Pike County. But we did see that hail core come down a little bit. So right now it looks like a sub-severe storm. And warnings continue for northeastern Davies County, Indiana, and northern Martin County. Again, that cell has weakened some. Definitely did produce some damaging winds earlier back towards the Lawrenceville area. We had a measured wind gust of 63 miles an hour there. Definitely seen our probabilities come down for rotation. Storm near Wadesville is pulsed up a little bit. Could be a little bit of hail approaching quarter size. Getting ready to cross State Route 66 to the west of Wadesville. It's heading towards the Poseyville area. Another strong storm approaching the Melody Hill area. So if you're near 41 and 57, could be seeing a little bit of pea-sized hail there. Then another strong storm between Elberfeld and Linville to the south, getting ready to cross Highway 61 here shortly. So those are the areas of hail that we're concerned with right now. Not seeing anything significant that's screaming tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning or anything like that. Again, if you're in Edwards or Wabash County, you guys are in the clear for severe weather. Knox County, same for you. Again, if you live in Warwick County, sirens are down. Again, that's not something you should be relying on in the first place for your warnings. But if you're outdoors, definitely need to be heading indoors here in the next few minutes as these storms continue to push off to the northeast. Like some pea-sized hail there in Wadesville, so not quite 1 inch in diameter, but getting close. Pass that report on to the Weather Service. And still some decent storms off to the north of Evansville. Also off to the west. Go ahead and give you a look at our tower cam. Again, you can see those storms off to the northwest of Evansville. Kind of see where that heavier rainfall is. We're seeing the stronger storm up towards Poseyville. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Pike County, Gibson County. You guys are in the clear from that warning as that storm's pushed off to the northeast. That's what that storm looks like from our Evansville tower cam. Yeah, we'll switch back to this radar again. You can see that hail core near to the south of Poseyville, getting pretty close to Poseyville. So if you're in Poseyville, I'd expect some hail here shortly. I had that report there in Wadesville of some pea-sized hail. Again, if you're near the Melody Hill, near the airport area, probably seeing a little bit of hail there, potentially pea-size. Again, getting ready to push just south of Linville. Could see a little bit of pea-size hail as well. Strongest storm on the board right now is pushing in northern Pike County towards the Petersburg area. That storm has lost quite a bit of intensity from when it pushed across Gibson County when the warning was initially issued. Again, still a decent storm back across Hamilton County. No warning on that right now, but we are seeing some hail with that storm to the south of McLeansboro. Again, another storm developing near Mount Vernon. So far, haven't had a lot of confirmed reports. Definitely probably seeing some hail getting pretty close to 1 inch in diameter. That's where that storm's interacting with that outflow boundary. So you can see that outflow boundary pretty much stretching from Caborn back through Kaysen, now to the south or southeast of Darmstadt, back through Elberfeld. Again, that's where that outflow boundary is running right now. Let's see. I believe that was an update to the watch. Yeah, we're starting to see some of the tornado watch be trimmed back. So, again, once this line of storms moves through, the severe threat's over with. Again, we're watching all this activity here across southwest Indiana. Again, out here kind of by itself. Just had a dime-sized report of hail. So that's up near the airport. So, getting pretty close to severe levels. So we thought that would be the case there. So pull up our West Newburgh cam and I'll take a look at that from the north. Yeah, so far these have just been pulse storms here in the metro that are interacting with this outflow boundary. It's still a decent storm near Poseyville. And looking at all these from our tower cam, not seeing anything concerning. Trying to pick up on some of the hail cores too to see if I can pick up on those falling. And still watching that line, getting ready to push into our western county. So Hamilton and Saline County, you guys are being under the gun here shortly with the line of storms pushing into that area. Again, strongest storms right here over central Vanderburgh County near the airport. Had a dime-size hail report that just came in with that storm. So getting close to severe limits, not quite there, but dime-size hail is going to do some damage. So not a bad looking storm here from our tower cam. You can kind of see where the hail is falling with that storm because we have a little bit of a lighter area. Go ahead and pull that up here so you guys can take a look at it. But you can see some lowering with the clouds in the back half. This is where your precipitation is. So if you ever had any rotation or any concern of rotation, it'd be back here on this backside of the storm where we're watching. You can kind of see the lighter coloring, a little bit of green there. That's probably where that hail is falling from that storm. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. Not majorly concerned with anything right now. Not seeing any rotation on radar or anything like that. So right now it's just a hail threat. Maybe some winds, but it's had another P size report. P to quarter size, 2 miles northeast of the airport. There's a warning for Pike, Vandenberg, Gibson, and Ward County. So that'd be for this cell here pushing out of Evansville, including the one up here near Linville. Then a warning in effect for northern Du Bois County. That's for that cell that's pushing off to the northeast. See that polygon pop up here in a second. There you can see right there. So for northwestern Vandenberg, or excuse me, northeastern Vandenberg County, northwestern Warwick County, then into southeastern Gibson County, and then southern Pike County, south central Pike County. Severe thunderstorm warning. Again, hail core probably getting close to 1 inch diameter hail, getting ready to cross I-69 there, just south of Elberfeld by about 5 miles. Getting ready to push into bluegrass area. So probably near the I-69 Boonville, New Harmony area. That's probably where we're seeing the biggest hail. So probably getting close to quarter size. Yeah, I'm watching this from a tower cam as well. Not seeing rotation yet, but and the sirens do work in Ward County because they're going off right now. See a little bit of scud right now. So might see what looks to be rotation, but it is not rotation. That's scud that's coming up on the east side. Definitely seeing some rotation, increase in winds there. That's crossed I-69, getting ready to come into the bluegrass area. Did have a brief funnel right there on our Evansville tower cam. That did dissipate though. And almost has 1 inch diameter hail near Cynthiana. That was just reported into the Weather Service. Again, did have that brief funnel cloud there on the east side. I was trying to relay that report to the Weather Service. Definitely not seeing anything of concern now. Could be a little bit of rotation still just to the northwest of Chandler, but definitely not as impressive as it was a second ago. Again, another strong storm pushing through the Linville, Selvin, near the Selvin area. That's pushing into southern Pike County. Again, some decent storms pushing through Winslow, Ensoville, Spurgeon. Seeing a little bit of a lightning uptick there, so we'll keep an eye on that storm as well. Let me go ahead and turn this camera here a little bit further to the east. Storm is starting to get away from our camera in distance, but I can still keep an eye on it from where we're at here in central Evansville. So the biggest hail's approaching the south side of Linville. We did see that hail core just tick up a little bit there, just south of Elberfeld, to the southwest of Linville. Again, 1-inch diameter hail reported in Melody Hill. So, new warning, I believe so. Let's see what that one is. So that's a new severe thunderstorm warning, and that goes until... Again, this cell here in northwestern Ward County is very impressive. Again, definitely seeing some rotation still just northeast of Chandler. Another stout storm near Mount Vernon. And a pretty strong storm pushing through the Hobstop-Fort Branch area. New severe thunderstorm warning was for Hamilton, western White County, and then northern Saline and northwestern Gallatin County. Again, see some 1-inch diameter hail getting ready to push into the Enfield area. But the main storm that the warning is for is back here, pushing out of the Benton, West Frankfort, and Heron area. Again, that's where the strongest storm is right now. Again, two storms that we're keeping an eye on right now are the ones that are pushing through the metro area. Again, had a brief funnel cloud show up on our tower cam. Didn't last long. Went right back up. So one of the perks of our camera network, we can sit here and zoom in and take a look at storms and features that we are concerned with, and not seeing anything major concern. Definitely seeing the winds increase here at our tower cam site here, middle of Evansville. Take a look at this storm from our West Newburgh. Getting some very large hail getting ready to come into Elberfeld. So if you're in Elberfeld, you need to be in a substantial shelter, as we will see some pretty large hail. Again, not seeing any rotation from our northwest Newburgh camera. Yeah, that storm's really blown up just south of Elberfeld. That hail core will be approaching Linville, I-64 here shortly. Getting some damaging winds as well. Kind of seen a split now in that hail core, so. Again, if you're in Evansville, the gust front has gone through, but we're still watching this line of storms off to the west, so severe threat's not over yet. And still some pretty decent storms, pretty much stretching back from near Alfredsville back to Jasper, Huntingburg, into Linville, Selvin, just to the northeast of Boonville. Again, that 2-inch diameter hail core is getting ready to cross I-64. That will be between Elberfeld and Linville. So if you're along I-64, definitely want to be in a substantial shelter, as this hail approaching 2-inch in diameter would definitely cause damage to vehicles, houses, or even more. So definitely don't want to be outside when that pushes through. Again, did just see an update to the polygon there, so ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds will be possible. That's some of the locations in the path: Mackey, Winslow, Linville, Elberfeld, Somerville, and Spurgeon. Very, very impressive hail core there. Kind of a rural area there, Ward County, out in the mine area, but that hail core is heading right for you, Linville. So if you're in Linville, be in a substantial shelter, as you will definitely see some very large hail here shortly. Still a pretty strong storm just north of Mount Vernon, Indiana. See that gust front is pretty much pushed through the metro, Evansville metro here. So still seeing those storms pretty healthy behind that boundary. So obviously parameters are a lot better here across southwest Indiana and western Kentucky. So continue to keep an eye on that severe threat. Pretty good hail core just to the west of Holland, just north of Selvin. Seen lightning increase with that storm as well. Got a new warning here, I believe. It was just a cancellation of the tornado watch for Lawrence, Clay, Richland, Lawrence County. And we told you guys were in the clear in that area. Knox County, you're in the clear. Davies County, Indiana, you're almost in the clear. Again, strongest winds and biggest hails pushing into the Linville area. Yeah, if you're along I-69, or excuse me, I-64, your vehicle's probably being torn up pretty bad with that hail. Haven't seen any damage reports yet. And seeing some of the hail pictures, really impressive. Some big hailstones in portions of the region. Looks to be a very large tornado on the ground near Olive Branch, Illinois, near Thebes. Got a TDS on radar there. That's down in Alexander County. That's to the north, or excuse me, to the west of Paducah. Paducah just issued a PDS tornado warning for that storm. That's back to the west of Paducah, so that's not coming this way. So we'll keep an eye on it. But still, that's a QLCS tornado there, and probably one of the best signatures we've seen all day there. So. Still some decent hail pushing into Linville. Another one just passing just north of Holland. See the warning polygon that was issued for Du Bois County. Still a sub-severe storm to the north of Mount Vernon, kind of following the same track into Gibson County again. Back to the west, still a pretty solid line of storms that's getting ready to head towards the metro area. Damaging winds. Some hail will be the main concern there. Again, best storm on the board right now is the ones here in Pike County, southeastern Gibson County, and extreme northern Warwick County near Linville. Obviously damaging winds and some hail. I've seen this storm weaken just a little bit in northern Warwick County as it crosses I-64 and Linville. And rotate our Enzo camera back around to look at this storm to the west. Not seeing too much with that storm back over central Posey County. And strongest storms pushing through Linville. The other one is passing just north of Holland. Again, some damaging winds getting ready to push into Holland. Just push through Sylvan, some in Jasper. Again, winds up to 50, potentially even 60 miles an hour. Still a strong storm near Solitude. Sub-severe right now, but we'll keep an eye on it. Again, still watching a line of storms off to the west. There's that confirmed tornado down there near the Thames area, getting ready to head towards the Olmsted area. Again, that's a PDS tornado warning, obviously debris signature, so tornadoes on the ground there. No tornadoes here in the immediate tri-state, mainly just hail and damaging winds as expected. Our forecast hasn't deviated too much. Let's go ahead and go back to radar here. And you can see those strongest storms there, Linville, Holland, getting ready to push towards the Huntingburg area, Jasper. You'll probably see a little bit of hail there. trying to look for some reports. Haven't seen a lot of reports, so. Decent hail core there just north of Holland, crossing that Pike-Du-Bois County line. Should pass just north west of Huntingburg. See that warning here expires shortly for Pike County. It has some dimed pea-sized hail in Hamilton County. That was about 10 minutes ago with that cell. So near Linville has weakened some. Still seeing some winds, potentially up 50, 60 miles an hour, especially across the Pike-Ward County line there, just north of I-64. Again, best hail core right now is with the storm that's passing just to the north of Holland. Be a pretty close call for Huntingburg, but if you're along Highway 64 there from Huntingburg to the Pike County line, definitely want to watch out for hail there. If you're in Jasper, you know, if this hail core stays on track and stays at the same strength, could be dealing with some hail damage there. So definitely want to be prepared to be in a substantial shelter. It's still a decent storm over Posey County, but we have seen it weaken a little bit. A couple strong storms across White County, and that's where the line of storms is across Hamilton County and pushing into northwestern Saline County. We'll keep an eye on those as they continue to push into the area. Again, damaging winds and hail will be the main concern. Again, we still have that outflow boundary, which kind of shows up here on radar, that pretty much stretches across most of Ward County through Boonville back into Newburgh, getting ready to come into Henderson, Smith Mills, Uniontown. We'll keep an eye on that as these storms push towards that and see if they interact with that boundary and strengthen or weaken these storms as they move off to the east here shortly. I'm looking at the storm back here near Paducah. A brief tornado touchdown there that was pretty decent. Then winds came in and cut that off, so. That is a decent QLCS signature there, so I'm kind of pushing off to the northeast a little bit. And just some pockets of hail with these storms pushing into Saline County, Hamilton County. Not seeing a lot of wind or any rotation with those storms. Still some decent wind and hail pushing across Du Bois County. So if you're in Huntingburg, Holland, Jasper here in about the next 10 to 15 minutes, probably going to see some 50 to 60 mile an hour winds and some hail up to 1 inch, maybe even 2 inch. We appreciate all of you for joining our stream. We're closing in on 3.5 hours already, so been here the entire time watching these storms. So definitely hasn't been significant, kind of been hit or miss as far as the hail and damaging winds. Definitely seen more hail reports across the area than damaging winds so far. Still some decent hail that went through the pretty close to the airport there, back through Linville, Elberfeld. And then again, decent cell there pushing across Du Bois County. Again, that's kind of where the greatest winds and hail threat is right now. So if you're in Jasper, pretty stout hail core getting ready to come into town. So that's going to do some damage there when we're looking at hail at almost 2.5 inches. So that's what the radar is showing. So I'd say it's pretty close to 2-inch diameter hail. So we're probably going to see some golf ball size hail, maybe even ping pong ball size hail in Jasper there, including damaging winds. So you can see these damaging winds, 50, 60 knots there, getting ready to push through Huntingburg. I'm going to take a look here at our Louisville chat and see if they're getting any reports there. They do have a pretty good emergency management crew there. See, they did have a 42.3 mile per hour wind gust. That was at Du Bois. And that's the only update there for Du Bois County. That was the only reported gust so far. Yeah, if you're in Jasper, you're going to see that large hail push in here about the next 5 to 10 minutes. So definitely want to be indoors. Still some additional showers and thunderstorms developing. One outside of Perry County, another one across central Perry County, another one across central Spencer County. Again, that's kind of ahead of that outflow boundary, so we'll keep an eye on those storms as they interact with that boundary. They could pulse up. So across Posey County has weakened some. Again, the main line of storms here pushing across extreme southern Wayne County, Edwards County, and Wabash County. Wayne County, you're almost in the clear for the night. And Hamilton County, you guys are getting there, except mainly the eastern half of Hamilton County. Again, pretty stout line of storms, pretty much from McLeansboro back to the west of Paducah, near Sikeston, Missouri, back towards New Madrid. Again, that's where all the tornadoes are at, kind of where I expected most of them to be. We'll see how this line interacts here across southwest Indiana and western Kentucky. With this outflow boundary pushing into western Kentucky, I think we might see that greatest tornado threat get suppressed a little bit further to the south. But again, we'll have to see how that line interacts with this boundary. Could see that blow up, cause a little bit more rotation. Here across the metro, we'll see how these storms do as they push into an area that's been worked over by storms already. So we'll see how that all pans out here shortly. Again, still that south storm that's pushing into Jasper. Again, definitely going to drop some big hail. So need to be in a substantial shelter if you're in Jasper. New severe thunderstorm. I think it might be a new severe thunderstorm warning for Hamilton, Saline. Or no, that's a continuation of that warning here. So, so that warning continues for about another 16 minutes there. We'll see those storms push into Posey County here shortly. And so far, a lot of hail reports. That's kind of been the story today. No confirmed tornado reports here in the tri-state. We have a few wind damage reports back up in Lawrence, Knox, Davies, and Martin County. That was the only reports as far as damage. I've seen that hail core come down just a little bit in Jasper, but still looking at some 1-inch diameter hail pushing in to the south side of Jasper right now. Likely need to probably see a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out here shortly for that cell, even though it has weakened some. Again, if you're in Jasper, you're probably going to see some hail up to quarter size, maybe a little bit bigger. We'll see how that pans out as it continues to push off to the northeast. Again, all these storms are below severe limits. One here, Posey County is pulsed up again a little bit to the southeast of Wadesville. I could see a little bit of hail getting close to 1 inch in diameter. Main line of storms here getting ready to push into Gibson County, Posey County, through Gallatin and Saline County. No warnings on these cells pushing across central and southern Saline County, even into Gallatin County, but we'll keep an eye on it. Again, seeing some winds of 30, 40, maybe even 50 miles an hour along that line of storms. Back to the south. That's where our tornado warning storm is. This is the one that caused a tornado earlier. We'll keep an eye on that. Seeing some additional showers and thunderstorms develop across western Kentucky. Again, those are ahead of the main line, so we're going to have to keep an eye on those to see if they intensify. Again, you can see that outflow boundary pretty much stretching from Boonville back towards Henderson, all the way through the Uniontown, Smith Mills, back towards the Shawneetown area. And have seen a little bit of an increase in lightning there at that storm as it moves through Jasper. We'll see if that warning gets extended here shortly. See some decent hail up in Vincennes earlier. Picture sent to us pretty much right around a quarter size. So obviously that will do some damage to vehicles, even your roof as well. And that hail core is pretty much right over Jasper, even a little bit south, but definitely seen the hail size come down from the earlier 2-inch that we were showing a little while ago. Getting pretty strong storm pushing across Crisney, getting ready to push into the Santa Claus area. New shower has developed over Newburgh. I think we got a little bit of rain here at the office, but not a whole lot. Another strong storm pushing into northwestern Vanderburgh County. Again, could see some hail getting pretty close to 1 inch. I've seen about a 30% increase in lightning there, so we'll keep an eye on that. Again, main line of storms, pretty much stretching from central Edwards County, Wabash County, back south through White County, back into Saline County, and then back to the west of the Paducah area. Again, if you're across western Kentucky, again, you haven't had much to disturb the environment, so I still would expect a pretty stout line of storms to push through that area. Switch back radar sources here. And you can see the big temperature spread across the tri-state. So behind those storms in the upper 50s off to the west, here across the metro, we're still in the mid 70s. Airport's down to 63, obviously, where those storms have went through. Again, you can see all the tornado warnings back here across western Kentucky. Again, this area has been untouched, so that's where we got to be on guard here across western Kentucky. We are seeing some activity try to develop here across western Kentucky, so we'll have to keep an eye on that, especially as it's ahead of the line of storms. But again, I would expect damaging winds and hail across western Kentucky. Again, can't rule out some tornadoes, as obviously it's moving into a favorable environment. Here across the metro, we'll kind of watch the northern end of this line, see if it intensifies as it pushes through the metro. But I would expect widespread heavy rain, maybe even some hail and gusty winds here in about the next hour or so. and then we'll see that severe threat gradually decrease. Something we'll need to keep an eye on behind this line. This is kind of a cold pool that's developing behind us. That could enhance the damaging wind threat, so we'll see how that continues to evolve here over the next hour or so. Take a look at some parameters here while we're waiting for this line to push in. So especially want to take a look at what's going on across western Kentucky. Definitely seeing that mid-level jet tap into the tri-state ahead of those storms, so not surprised there. Still some decent Cape values, so the best Cape values across southwest Indiana and western Kentucky. Down towards the lakes area, we got about 2,000 joules per kilogram. Across the rest of the southwest Indiana and western Kentucky, 1,500 joules per kilogram, so still plenty of instability for these storms to work with. Cape values, normalized Cape values aren't too bad as well. Best shear is across southwest Indiana and western Kentucky, just to the east of the lakes area. That's where we have some 60-knot shear, so we'll keep an eye on those storms as that line of storms marches off to the east of the Paducah area. And best tornado parameters are in the Boo Hill, Missouri, around the lakes area, western Kentucky, and Tennessee, West Tennessee. Definitely starting to see the hail threat come down a little bit, which was kind of to be expected as this storm system kind of grows linear into a line of storms. That was kind of where we expected the hail to gradually taper off some. So these individual cells obviously will have the ability to produce some hail up to potentially 2 inches in diameter, but we'll gradually see that hail threat diminish as this kind of becomes more linear than anything. So let's go ahead and take a look at radar here. We'll go back and take the world tour here of the tri-state. Let me kick these temperatures off here. But again, this is kind of where that outflow boundary is, pretty much across Henderson, back towards Morganfield, and it intersects with this line of storms. So again, we'll see how this line of storms interacts with this outflow boundary that's sitting pretty much along the Ohio River Again, some individual cells trying to fire here across Hopkins County, even across western Daviess County, into Henderson and Union County. Again, the main line of storms is marching here across from pretty much Mount Carmel back through New Harmony, Ridgeway, El Dorado, Harrisburg, and then back to the west of Paducah. Again, that's where the tornadic storms are at. Still a pretty decent storm just to the south of Fort Branch. We have seen that storm weaken a little bit as it pushed through Jasper. Still a pretty decent storm pushing through northeastern Du Bois County. Also another strong storm across northern Spencer County and northern Perry County. So pretty much a rough ride there along I-64 from Oriole back to the Linville area. We'll go ahead and switch back to the other radar here so we can take a look at some of the hail areas of concern. Yeah, definitely seen that hail core come down in Jasper. Still a little bit of hail there in Du Bois, near the Cusco area. Another one pushing out of Du Bois County. Maybe a little bit of hail just off to the northeast of St. Meinrad there. Another area of hail just to the north of Leopold around State Route 37 there in Perry County. And still decent storm getting ready to push into Hopstock. Could see a little bit of pea-size hail, maybe a little bit bigger. Could see maybe some nickel-size hail. That would be pushing into Hopstock right there along US 41. Again, back to the west, that's here where the main line is. Again, no severe thunderstorm warnings currently, but again, we could still see some wind gusts of 40 to maybe even 50 miles an hour, pretty much from right along the Wabash River, back into Posey County. Then again, the strongest storms are back here in Saline County, just outside of Saline County, near the Marion area. Another one near Vienna and Eddyville. This is where that earlier QLCS tornado developed, but that since dissipated. Again, several severe thunderstorm warnings here. You can see all the tornado warnings here in the Boot Hill, northeast Arkansas, getting ready to push into western Tennessee. Again, that's where the best parameters are at for tornadoes. Still can't rule out a respin up here in the tri-state, but again, kind of more of a hail damaging wind threat. Again, once this line of storms moves through, you will be in the clear. Some pea-sized hail just reported in Carmi and White County, so a little bit of hail making it to the surface there, but we'll keep an eye on this cell here near Harrisburg. Have seen a little bit of an uptick in lightning here over the past few minutes, so we'll keep an eye on it and see if it continues to intensify. Again, Western Kentucky, you've kind of been untouched here, so obviously your environment is favorable for severe weather. So we're going to continue to watch this line as it marches across Western Kentucky here over the next hour or two. Again, storm here in northern Perry County, northwestern Perry County. Maybe a little bit of hail approaching severe limits just north of St. Meinrad, right there along I-64. So not a good evening to be driving across I-64, as we've had a lot of hail reports. Some big hail, 1 to 2 inches in parts of the area. You can see that old outflow boundary. We do have some showers and thunderstorms starting to fire along that boundary. Again, as this main line starts to push into the area. Again, not a lot of warnings here from Wabash County back through Edwards County down into Hamilton, White, Saline, and Gallatin County. Again, strong storms, but not seeing anything severe right now. Again, we've had a lot of storms kind of work over this area here. This area here has been untouched, so that's kind of where we're concerned with for the greatest severe weather threat. We could definitely see this area of storms pulse up here as it moves into this unstable environment. Just had a pea-sized hail report up in Hopstock, so we were just mentioning that here a brief second ago. So that hail's crossing Highway 41, should just be to the east of Fort Branch there. So again, some pea to maybe even nickel size, I'd say, for the biggest size, as that storm pushes through Gibson County. Could also see some gusty winds of 30 to 40 miles an hour as this storm moves off to the northeast ahead of the main line. Definitely start to see it darken up off to the west to the metro here. We'll go ahead and pull up our tower cam again. Let me reboot that program. Wasn't picking it up on my broadcast program, so let's see if rebooting it fixes the problem. And seeing that tornado watch extended down into Hopkins, Muhlenberg, McLean County. You guys are now in that tornado watch. Rest of the tri-state also been added for our Ohio, Hancock counties, and Du Bois and Perry County. You guys are also included in the new watch box. So everybody's under the tornado watch. Again, that continues until 11 p.m. We'll quickly see these storms push off to the east overnight. So we did see some 1-inch hail reports in Jasper, 1.5, 4.5 miles east of Jasper. So definitely got that severe hail there across Du Bois County. So good to see those reports come in. Obviously needed to have some verification there with that hail as it was moving through Du Bois County and the greater Jasper metro area. And we got our tower cam back up here now after rebooting the program, but you can definitely see those clouds increasing off to the west, kind of see those low-hanging clouds, which is indicative of where that gust front outflow boundary is, which is pushing across the Wabash River into Posey County. So some gusty winds, maybe 40 to 50 miles an hour. Again, we do have that old boundary that's kind of sitting across the Ohio River, so we'll have to keep an eye on that to see how that line of storms interacts with that. A little bit of lightning there. So we'll go back to radar here, and we'll keep an eye on our cameras just to see if we have anything exciting happen. So again, new storms still developing ahead of that line of storms. New ones popped up between Newburgh and Yankeetown. Could see a little bit of hail with that storm. Seeing a little bit of a core develop there. So we'll continue to see how that storm reacts and if it drops any hail or not. Again, that's right along that boundary. Keeping an eye on that as it right outside our office here, so we'll see if we get any hail with it or not. It has some pea-sized hail and a 52-mile-an-hour wind gust on the south side of Jasper. So we appreciate that report. Again, still decent sell right there in between Newburgh and Yankeetown. Again, that's where that outflow boundary is. Kind of seeing that area where that outflow boundary is starting to fill in right here along the Ohio River. So we'll keep an eye on all those, especially as they start to move into a untouched environment here that hasn't really seen much in the way of storms yet. But again, you can see pretty much from northern Spencer County back through Warwick, heading into Henderson, back towards Morganfield. Again, if you're in Wayne County, Clay, Richland, Lawrence, Knox, Davies, Martin County, you guys are in the clear as far as severe weather. Hamilton County, you're in the clear. Saline County, probably about another 10 to 15 minutes, you'll be in the clear. And then White County, probably about another 10 to 15 minutes, and you guys will be in the clear as well. So, watching this storm move in outside the office here just to see if we get any hailstones here. Definitely getting some big raindrops, so. Well, we'll go ahead and pull up our camera outside the office here. Kind of see where that hail core is dropping here. And the hail's kind of right back here. But you can see the rain curtains here as well. Even a little bit of hail, probably right about here where it's a little bit lighter. That'd be towards the Yankeetown area. Again, that hail's crossed Highway 66. Now it's crossed Highway 61. Definitely see that precipitation loading and seeing how that's coming down now. Definitely seen an increase in the rain. That looks like that hail's going to stay off to my east here. We'll go back to radar here. Take a look at the latest images. Definitely seeing that hail perk up now along Highway 61. Probably going to see a severe thunderstorm warning come out for this cell. Looks like that 2-inch diameter hail is going to stay just south of Boonville, but definitely seeing that storm drop hail now. So if you're along Highway 61, that's where the strongest part of that storm's at. And you can see that hail core right there to the south of Boonville, right along Highway 61, Alcoa Highway. We'll see if the Weather Service drops a warning. Should drop a warning for it, especially with the hail already being near 2 inches. Again, that storm really just blew up. Most likely interacting with right along that boundary, most likely. And still keep an eye on it from our camera here, especially because we can see into the back of the storm. Definitely seen a lot of lightning with it, so obviously an intensifying storm. So lightning has definitely increased here over the last few minutes. Dime-sized hail reported on the south side of Boonville, so that is outside of that main core. So a little bit further to the south, probably seeing quarter size, maybe a little bit bigger. New storm has blown up right here just south of downtown Evansville, so likely seeing some rain there. And line of storms continues to push into Posey County. Maybe a little bit of hail near Poseyville, New Harmony, Griffin. Could see maybe some pea to dime size hail, I'd say. Definitely not anything too big. Again, continue to see new storms develop along that outflow boundary that the main line of storms is starting to interact with now. That pretty much stretches from downtown Evansville back towards Smith Mills, Corden, towards the Morganfield area. Again, strongest storm right now is over Warwick County, so that's where we're seeing potentially some hail up to 2 inches in diameter. Again, no warning on that storm yet, but still a pretty impressive storm. So there's the warning. New severe thunderstorm warning for Pike, Spencer, and Warwick County. 1 inch diameter hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. You'll see that polygon pop up here shortly. So there's that polygon there. So includes most of eastern Warwick County. Okay, not seeing any rotation. Maybe a little bit of wind starting to develop, but nothing significant. And not seeing any rotation or anything with that storm, but I've seen that hail core actually already come down a little bit there, but hear the sirens going off in Warwick County, but check our Mesonet station, see if we get any damaging winds at our Boonville station. So some quarter size hail reported now near Boonville, so not surprised, as obviously it was showing up on radar there. So Haven't seen any wind yet at our Boonville station, so should be pretty close to that area. So we'll see if we get any downburst winds with it as it moves in. But again, that's the strongest storm that's on the board, pushing into the tri-state right now. We're going to continue to keep an eye on all these storms as they move through the metro here and into western Kentucky. Again, areas that haven't really been impacted today with storms. So still a strong storm pushing in through the heart of downtown. Again, all those storms so far are sub-severe. The strongest one on the board again right now is across Warwick and Spencer County. Again, keeping an eye on these storms that have developed across Hopkins County. Again, they are ahead of the main line of storms, so we'll need to keep an eye on those as they continue off to the east. Again, you can pretty much see where that gust front is. It's a little blue line right here. That will continue to push off to the east. Again, if you're in White County, if you're in Hamilton County or Saline County, you guys are in the clear. Edwards and Wabash County, pretty much most of our southwestern Illinois counties, you guys are in the clear for severe weather for the night. So we'll continue to see that threat decrease. Definitely plenty of lightning with this storm now. Pretty good rain here in downtown Evansville, so not going to get too much of a view here of any storms. Let me turn it to the east and see. Not seeing a lot of wind in Corden yet either. Of course, that line of storms is getting ready to move through there now. Plenty of lightning on our camera there in Corden. Yeah, we'll put the radar into motion here. You can see how things have evolved over the past hour or two. You can see how those storms have kind of blown up there pretty much along the I-64 corridor and pushed off to the northeast. Then you can see this line of storms that continues to push off to the east. Again, seeing a lot of activity fire up along that old outflow boundary here. So we could see some of those storms go severe. We'll kind of keep an eye on that. As of right now, nothing significant. Check my Smith Mills station real quick as that storm just went through there. See, that was an earlier wind gust. Check that. Yep, at 146. So not seeing any strong winds there. Rain is falling now there. Corden, we'll go ahead and pull that up and watch that as the line of storms moves through. Starting to see the rain fall there in Corden, but Winds are starting to pick up a little bit. You can see the lightning there. Again, that's US 60 there. You see the American flag picking up there across the front yard there at our Mesonet site. Definitely quite a bit of lightning, so now we're seeing some wind there in Corden, so pea-sized hail reported in Boonville near Mount Gilead Church. And still some decent hail, pretty much just to the east of Boonville along State Route 62, pushing towards the Tennyson area. So we'll probably see some gusty winds there in Tennyson, 30 to 40 mile an hour gust, and maybe a little bit of hail. That core has come down a little bit from a little while ago, but still could see some hail up around an inch. Still some decent winds with our storm pushing into Corden, as you see there on our live camera there in Corden. Obviously, rain's going to pick up there. Take a look at our weather station, see what kind of winds we were getting. Switch over to our Henderson cam. You can kind of see that line of storms pushing in to the south side of Henderson there. 4H center off to the side here. See US 41, US 60 here pushing through. Kind of see that shelf cloud here pushing into the Henderson metro. We'll see what kind of winds we get whenever this line pushes in. We'll go back over to Corden, take a look at Corden again, and see how, again, flag's kind of standing up, but haven't seen any significant gust just yet. That's pea-sized hail west-southwest of Chandler. Again, that hail core has come down in Ward County. That warning continues, though, but the biggest hail is right north of Highway 62 in between Boonville and Tennyson. New warning just came out. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for Webster, Union. You'll see that polygon pop up here shortly. And really see those winds rocking now. 58 mile an hour wind gust in Sturgis. Definitely rocking now. See our live camera there. Flag's nearly pointed straight up, so check our wind speeds here on our Mesonet site. Did just have a report of a 58-mile-an-hour wind gust in Sturgis, Kentucky. That's part of the reason why that warning just popped up. So we'll show you that polygon here in a minute. But definitely good storm pushing through Corden there. Definitely seeing those winds make it to the surface. Peak gust so far was 32, but obviously you can see our poles rocking and rolling right now. Again, that warning is for South Central Union County and then Western Clay County. That goes until 8 p.m. New severe thunderstorm warning. I believe that's, yeah, same one. So Southern Gallatin County is included in that as well. No, we still haven't blown away yet, but let's go over to Henderson and take a look at Henderson and see how this storm's coming into the city. And we're on the south side there. You can see that shelf cloud moving in. So we'll see those winds pick up here in a bit. So go back to Corden since I had the most action. We're still there, and we still have a somewhat signal. There we go. Still getting some very good winds there. Peak measured gust so far was 30. Actually, we measured 46 at our Corden site, so. New warning. Think so. Nope. That's the same warning. Again, you can see our camera hit or miss on the signal. We haven't lost power yet there in Corden, as you see the lights for the Dollar General, even the lights there at the intersection, but you can see Old Glory American flag pointing nearly straight up there. So decent winds pushing through Henderson. So that's Western Henderson County. Wouldn't be surprised if we lose this camera here in a little bit. Might see this station come down with it. Some pretty stout winds there. Continue to watch. We do have a weather station right there with that camera, so obviously we're getting wind measurements, accurate wind measurements as that storm's pushing through. So that was showing a good 20 to 30 miles an hour on winds. So Again, passing that information on to the Weather Service. So I'm still here, just trying to make sure that they're aware of what the winds are doing. And obviously, you still see we got some pretty good winds coming through there, even as the main line is pretty much pushed through the area. Yeah, put the radar back into motion here, but again, some solid winds there in Corden. And there's a new severe thunderstorm warning. Probably be mostly because of the winds there that we're measuring. So obviously we're seeing those make it to the surface, and that's getting pretty close to severe limits at 49. So again, that warning includes southern Vandenberg, Henderson, and western Davies County. We'll go ahead and switch back over to our Henderson County. Hang on 1 second. Got to update the folks down there in Paducah. Switch over to Henderson. We'll see kind of winds we're getting in Henderson. Obviously, if we were getting the winds in Corden, we're going to get the winds in Henderson, and you can see that camera rocking and rolling as well. So go ahead and pull up our Henderson site. It only had a 35 mile-an-hour wind gust in Smith Mills. We also have a camera at that site. But again, 49, a peak gust there in Corden, Kentucky. And then here in Henderson on the south side. Up to 43 so far there, so again, it has some half-inch hail up there in Darmstadt. It had the measured 58 there in Union County. And severe thunderstorm warning that continues for Union and Gallatin and Webster County. Again, for winds up to 60 miles an hour. And kind of seeing this transition to more of a damaging wind threat than hail. Again, you can see our camera rocking there in Henderson on the south side. Peak wind so far there of 43. We'll go back and check our Corden station, make sure we didn't see any increase there. Still getting some decent winds there in Corden, so. Definitely seen the temperature drop behind there, so it's 56 in Corden right now, so big drop in temperature there. But you can see that rain coming down there in Henderson. Again, 4H center here, right off to the right of the screen. You can see Highway 41 there in the background where all the bright lights are at. So that's 41 and US 60. We'll see if those winds kick up like they did back there in Corden. We saw those winds kind of really pulse up there a little while ago. So. And still some decent winds just to the south of Newburgh. That's it, in just outside that polygon there. Maybe a little bit of hail pushing through Henderson proper. See some Pete and nickel size hail reported in Powderly, so that kind of adds up to that report right there. So. Go ahead and switch it back to radar here. It looks like the winds have kind of died down there at our Henderson mesonet site. But again, you can see those storms kind of pushing through the tri-state here. Again, strongest winds right here, about 50 knots, close to 60, getting ready to push through Newburgh, right along the Ohio River there. Severe thunderstorm warning, that's a continuation for the Warwick and Spencer one. That was with the one for the hail core, which is all the way up in Dale now. So you should be seeing some quarter-size hail up there in Dale. Still some gusty winds pretty much from Somerville back through Linville, just to the east of Boonville. Wouldn't be surprised to see some gusty winds there. We're getting some pretty decent winds here at the office. Check our mesonet station here. It's like our peak gust in Henderson was 43. Haven't seen any increase yet. Definitely getting some heavy rain with these storms as they push through. And still some decent winds there in Henderson. Kind of watching that on our camera. Definitely not as bad as Corden. Corden was a pretty impressive soda that you guys got to see there, so. Finally seen those winds calm down there in Corden as they're back down to about 10 miles an hour. Again, did have a 35-mile-an-hour gust in Smith Mills. Check out our Boonville station. That's where that hailstorm moved through just a while ago. No winds there, so. Starting to quiet down in the metro finally. couple more stations here. And it had a 39-mile-an-hour wind gust on the east side of Newburgh. Definitely gets very heavy rain with these storms. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of flash flooding. And definitely some pretty strong winds again across Wark County, pushing into eastern Daviess County, Kentucky. It's definitely, you want to seek shelter. Definitely seeing those winds increase, especially this is where that old boundary was kind of sitting. So these storms are kind of interacting with that boundary. Kind of seeing them increase there. Decent storm pushing through southern Du Bois County, northern Spencer County. You can see some 1-inch diameter hail. Again, severe weather threats pretty much over for all our southern Illinois counties. Posey County, you're in the clear. Gibson County, you're in the clear. Knox Daviess Martin, you're already in the clear. Pike County, you'll be in the clear here in a little bit. Most of Vandenberg, except for eastern Vandenberg County, you guys are in the clear for the severe weather threat. Again, strongest storms pretty much right across the metro here. Again, damaging winds the main concern. Torrential rainfall. Could see a little bit of hail. And that was that warning for Henderson and Daviess County, Kentucky. And still getting some good winds and torrential rainfall. And thankfully not seeing any rotation with any of these storms right now. Again, definitely seeing the damaging winds across eastern Wark County, back into western Daviess County, eastern Henderson County. You can see those brighter pinks there. That's indicating where we have damaging winds of 50 to 60, maybe even 70 in a couple spots. So that's pushing into Spencer County, across Daviess County, Kentucky. Not seeing a lot of hail reports at this time, but obviously some torrential rainfall as well. A little bit of hail up near Tennyson. Another area just to the southeast of Linville. Area near Ferdinand's weekend, so that's kind of that severe weather threat will continue to decrease. So yeah, flood advisory just came out for Daviess, Vandenberg, Henderson, Spencer, and Wark County. Yeah, it's pretty decent rainfall rates. Could result in a little bit of street flooding. Again, checking some of our wind readings at our Mesonet sites. And definitely have seen the winds calm down where our cameras are at, so just continue to see this gradually calm down. More pea-sized hail reported in Boonville. Yeah, definitely seen these storms take advantage of that environment that's pretty much been untouched. So definitely seen those winds increase here across Ward County, Spencer County, Davies, Henderson, then eventually into Union County as well. And we did have that 58-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Sturgis. And you can see all the hail reports across the metro area. Again, still some new storms that have developed ahead of the line of storms. One across McLean County near Calhoun, Sacramento. That's kind of pushing towards the Owensboro area. Another one across Hancock and getting ready to push into Ohio County. But this line of storms is quickly catching up to that and could potentially see that absorbed into this line of storms. Again, strongest winds pretty much stretch from across eastern Ward County into western Spencer County, and then back into Davies County, and even a little bit there into northern McLean County. And highest wind gust we measured was 49. That was at our Cordon site. Obviously, that was coming down pretty good. And did have a 39-mile-an-hour gust on the west side of Newburgh out near Deaconess Gateway. 25 downtown. It is in a sheltered area, so obviously that's pretty strong for that area. Do have our Grandview Mesonet station, so we'll see what kind of wind readings we get as that storm pushes into Grandview here shortly. And we've still been doing some work on our Mesonet sites. Again, kind of making sure all our cameras have been up and running. So we do have some new stations that we still need to install, but again, just got to have the time to do it and set up those locations as well. So we'll continue to add stations and hopefully get them out before we get too far into severe weather season. So again, still some heavy rainfall. I definitely want to use caution if you're driving tonight, the next hour or two. It's hard to see floodwaters at night, so definitely want to turn around, don't drown. Again, just a flood advisory in effect. Again, the biggest flood threat comes up this week. Again, we're in for a busy week of storms, unfortunately. We'll see a cold front kind of stall out just south of the tri-state. That's going to provide the focus for numerous rounds of showers and thunderstorms. So we'll likely see flash flooding become an issue midweek. Again, we're monitoring the severe weather threat. Again, there is a decent chance of severe weather on Wednesday. haven't really focused too much on that just because I've been focused on the storm system for today. Again, kind of seeing another storm pulse up near Tennyson there, so it could be seeing some 1 inch to maybe even potentially 1.5 inches hail there, pretty much right over Tennyson there. So if you're in Tennyson, make sure you're in substantial shelter. Again, still some pretty stout winds from Holland southward near Crisney, Rockport, just to the west of Owensboro. And winds kind of drop off a little bit back here in western Daviess County and western McLean County. Again, still kind of watching these storms that have developed ahead of the main line. A little bit of rotation there near to the southeast of Calhoun, between Calhoun and Livermore. We'll keep an eye on that. Again, severe weather threat will continue to decrease. Again, if you're in Vanderburgh and Gibson County, you are in the clear. Pike County, you'll be in the clear here in about another 15 minutes or so. Ward County, you still got about another half hour, and then we'll be in the clear for the severe weather threat tonight. We get a couple days of much cooler weather, so we'll only see highs in the 50s the next couple days, but then temperatures will skyrocket again to near 80 degrees by Wednesday. Of course, that's kind of where we're concerned with the potential for a potential severe weather. Again, definitely seeing those winds increase here on the latest velocity scan, so you can see pretty strong winds. Again, we're even seeing some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds just to the west of Crisney, getting pretty close to the Santa Claus area as well. So if you're in northern Spencer County, you definitely want to be in a substantial shelter for these storms as they push through. Again, damaging winds. Also, if you're in Owensboro, just had the big hailstorm back there in March a couple weeks ago. So now it looks like you're going to deal with some damaging winds here shortly. Yeah, new warning just came out for Daviess and McLean County. Obviously, you can see those winds increasing here in western McLean County. So again, Weather Services went ahead and issued that warning. Again, we'll watch these storms as they get absorbed by the main line here in Owensboro. Definitely going to see some very strong winds and potentially some heavy rainfall there in Owensboro. So definitely want to be in a substantial shelter there as you see those damaging winds move through. Again, still pretty decent hail core up there near Tennyson. Seeing even some hail there near Crisney, even to the south of Crisney, getting ready to spread into Gentryville and Lincoln City. Yeah, definitely seeing these storms pulse up just off to the east of the tri-state. And definitely seeing the increase in the wind reports. Hail is kind of still hit or miss, but we're definitely starting to see more hail now that these storms are pushing into that environment that's pretty much been untouched. So definitely got to continue to keep an eye on those. Seeing that hail core come down a little bit now there in Tennyson, so potentially some 1 inch diameter hail. New severe thunderstorm warning, so that was the same one we just talked about a second ago in McLean and Daviess County, Kentucky. Definitely seeing that damaging wind threat materialize here as, again, some good 60 to 70 knot winds here showing up on velocity. And biggest hail right now is pushing through the Gentryville, getting ready to move into Lincoln City, Crisney, pretty much right along Highway 160, or excuse me, Highway 161 there. Um, and State Route 62 there. And that's where the biggest hail is. Even some hail along US 231 there as it goes up towards Dale. So if you're up in that area, definitely want to avoid any travel. 1-inch hail reported in Whitesville. That would be just a little while ago with that storm that developed ahead of that storm. So we will see the main line kind of swallow these storms that developed ahead of the main line of storms. Again, some hail right there near Calhoun, between Calhoun and Livermore. Could see some hail up to quarter size. A little bit of broad rotation there, but nothing of concern. Again, you'll see the damaging winds move in here slightly, so a warning for Hopkins County, Webster County. Again, that's where this line of storms. It's pushing through the Eddyville area, Marion, Kentucky, even into Providence. We'll continue to see that push off to the east. Did have a 62-mile-an-hour wind gust there at a mesonet site in Crittenden County, Kentucky, so that was 4 miles northeast of Marion. So obviously getting some ground truth reports there again of these strong winds. Check our mesonet site in Grandview. Yeah, and it's in a sheltered area, so I'm not sure we're going to get wind readings that high there as we would in kind of our open areas where we have our stations at. So they pick up about 3/4 of an inch of rain there, so pretty quick rainfall there. If you're in Owensboro, unfortunately seeing another hail signature there. We actually just did see a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Hancock and Perry County. That's got a considerable tag on it for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Again, obviously we're seeing those winds on velocity pushing across Spencer and Ward County. So no surprise that the Weather Service in Louisville went with the considerable tag on those storms. And you can see those bright pinks where the strongest winds are at. So those are the winds of 50, 60, maybe even 70 miles an hour in spots. So that pretty much stretches from Huntingburg back down through Rockport, Owensboro to near Calhoun. And our areas of hail that we're keeping an eye on. So pretty much between Dale and Crisney. And again, right over the heart of Owensboro right there. That's where we're seeing some hail fall right there in downtown Owensboro. So if you're in Owensboro, definitely want to be in a substantial shelter. Definitely seeing some gusty winds as well. Another area of hail near Livermore, Island, Kentucky. Likely 1-inch hail in that area as well. And the hail core continues to increase there in the river bottoms of Spencer County near Owensboro. That would be tracking right along US 60 here towards the Ensor area. So obviously some quarter-size hail potentially as it moves through Owensboro. Trying to see if we got any reports coming out from Owensboro. So I haven't seen a whole lot as far as reports coming out of Owensboro yet. Again, if you're in Evansville, Vanderburgh County, Henderson County, severe weather threat is over. Warwick County, that threat's coming to an end now, as that line of storms is pretty much into Spencer County. In Pike County, you're in the clear. Du Bois County, all but southern Du Bois County, you guys are still in that severe weather threat. And severe weather threat continues for Webster, Hopkins, Muhlenberg, Ohio, McLean, Davies, Hancock, and Perry County. That will continue here for about another hour or so. And still some pretty good damaging winds here from Rockport back through Owensboro. Keeping an eye on these lead cells that are merging with the lines right here. So you can kind of see a little bit of a kink right there just to the east of Owensboro near the Ensor area. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Obviously, we got some large hail right there. Another area hail near the Patesville area. Yeah, so we're keeping an eye on this rotation right here near Ensor, just north of Philpott. That's where that line of storms is kind of absorbing the storms that developed ahead of those storms. So again, we could see rotation with those, especially as we got some nudgers ahead of that line. And definitely seeing some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. And those winds pretty much stretch from Ferdinand back through St. Meinrad, getting ready to push into Troy, Lewisport, Ensor. Strongest winds pushing into Philpott, Kentucky there. Again, 60, 70 knots there. Again, those winds continue back towards Sutherland, Livia, back to the east of Calhoun, and then just northwest of Sacramento. And still see some hail down there. Pretty good hail core once again for Owensboro and then eastern Davies County. Some 1-inch hail, likely pretty much riding US 60. And then riding State Route 144 towards Ensor. So kind of right there at that intersection there, just south of the Parkway there. So that's where the biggest hail is at right now. And thankfully, we're going to see this severe weather threat continue to come to an end. These storms are moving pretty good at a pretty good clip. So we won't lose a lot of sleep tonight for everybody. So actually be able to get into bed at a decent time in the tri-state. So still pretty good storms pushing across the tri-state. Again, damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour would be possible in Perry and Hancock County, where they have that considerable tag for the warning. Again, still pretty stout storm south of Rockport there, pretty much right along the Ohio River. So Rockport, Maceo, Ensor, that's where the largest hail and strongest winds are at. And check in chat to see what kind of damage or any damage reports. And that's a pea-sized hail in Santa Claus. Pea-sized hail reported in Owensboro. Not sure what side of town that was on. That just came across. It did measure a 43 mile an hour wind gust. It's 748 in Grandview. It's still some decent wind gusts so far tonight, so I haven't seen a whole lot of damage reports as far as other than a few trees here or there. Obviously plenty of hail across the area. Southern end of the storms there towards Madisonville, Hanson, not as strong as what they are here in the metro. I'm going to take a look at these from the Paducah radar. Again, I might have problems seeing that because there's a lot of heavy rain there in Paducah. Take a look at that Hopkinsville. And still some winds there. Maybe 30, 40, 50 mile an hour winds, but not as strong as what we have here across our eastern counties. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for west central Ohio County. That includes Hartford. That's where that cell that's getting ready to push out of McLean County. Again, still seeing the strongest winds pushing across Hancock, eastern Daviess County, Kentucky. And kind of watching these cells still ahead of the line here. A little bit of rotation there in southern Perry County. Nothing of major concern. Again, those storms will be overtaken by this line of storms. Again, you can pretty much see those winds stretching from about Birdseye back through eastern Perry County, near Candleton, back towards Whitesville. Then a little bit of damaging winds near the Oliva area. Still some winds there near Livermore and Island, Kentucky. We'll keep an eye on those. A little bit of rotation there near Livermore, the Beta area, as the main line kind of ingests these storms that develop ahead of the main line of storms. Yeah, so just severe thunderstorm warnings on the board right now. Again, that threat continues to come to an end. Evansville and Henderson, you guys are in the clear. And so you guys can go to bed or watch TV or whatever you want to do for the rest of the night as the severe weather threat has come to an end. We'll continue to see it come to an end here across the rest of the tri-state here shortly. And has some quarter-size hail there in Philpott. No surprise there. That was a pretty decent core there. You know, we appreciate all those who've tuned in here tonight. Going on, let's see, 5 hours of coverage here, so nonstop. Gradually seeing this wind down for the night. Again, unfortunately, Wednesday looks very active here across the tri-state. Unfortunately, a heavy rain flash flooding threat developing for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, even into next weekend, as unfortunately we'll see a cold front stall out across the tri-state. And then that's just going to be the focus for torrential rainfall for a good part of the tri-state. Seeing a little bit of rotation there to the south of Cloverport, pushing out of our area there, so that also comes into the responsibility of the Weather Service in Louisville. So still a little bit of rotation near the Beta area, pushing towards Hartford. And that's kind of where that main line is overtaking those storms that developed ahead of it. And that's up to the Weather Service in Louisville to upgrade that warning. And severe weather threat is pretty much coming to an end over Spencer County. And we continue to see that polygon trend back there. And strongest winds are pretty much in Perry County. Still some lingering wind gusts to 50, maybe even 60 miles an hour in eastern Spencer County. And you see that area of rotation just to the east of Patesville, but definitely still seeing some pretty stout winds. Candleton, we're looking at 70, maybe even 80 knots, so looking about 70, 80 mile an hour winds there over a big area. In Hartford, Beta area, that's another area of rotation we're keeping an eye on. Again, that's where the main line's starting to ingest those storms that developed ahead of it. In Du Bois County, you're about in the clear here as that area of storms continues to push off to the east. Again, right now we're keeping an eye on these storms in Perry and Hancock County. As they push out of eastern Davies County, Kentucky. Again, you can still see some 1-inch hail reports there. The Owensboro Metro had some 1/2 inch to 1-inch hail. Not that they needed any more hail there in Owensboro, unfortunately. So, it's still a widespread damaging wind threat that's going to be pushing into the Louisville coverage area. Again, tornado watch will continue to be trimmed back, so pretty much most of southwest Indiana, with the exception of eastern Spencer and Perry County, you guys are in the clear. Southern Illinois, you guys are all in the clear. Western Kentucky, Union, Webster, Henderson, you guys are in the clear. Still a little bit of a severe weather threat for Hopkins, Muhlenberg, McLean, central and eastern Davies County, Ohio, and Hancock County, and into Perry County. Again, that threat will gradually come to an end. Owensboro, you're about in the clear as we see that severe weather threat wind down. Kind of looking at these southern storms from the Fort Campbell radar. A little bit of rotation still near the Hartford Beta area. And no upgrade to the warning there from the Weather Service in Louisville. Not even sure. Yeah, they did have a tornado possible tag on that. So obviously watching it, but they haven't decided to upgrade that warning. But nonetheless, we'll keep an eye on it as it is showing some signs of rotation. Go ahead and pull up the Louisville radar and see what they're seeing. Yeah, a little bit of rotation there across southeastern Perry County. That's going to be crossing the Ohio River here shortly, but one area we'll keep an eye on there as it pushes off to the east. And still that rotation near Beta. Should stay just north of the Hartford area. And that's about all the rotation we see right now. Maybe a little bit near Cloverport, but that's pushing out of our area now. Again, rotation getting pretty close to the Derby area as we see that main line absorb that line of storms ahead of it. So that may or may not cut into that rotation there. So we'll keep an eye on it as that moves through. Again, just had an extension of that warning there for Perry and Hancock County. Yeah, Fort Campbell's looking pretty far away, but still has a somewhat decent view of that rotation. Yeah, a little bit of hail there. Getting ready to push into Hartford, the Beta area. Getting back south across Hopkins County. Most of those storms are saying sub-severe right now. So I imagine that warning for Hopkins County will probably expire. Don't think I'll see an extension there, but definitely still keeping an eye on this rotation here in between Beta and Hartford. Let me go back to the Louisville radar. Again, those storms are out there by themselves, so can't rule out some spin-up tornadoes there, especially across central Ohio County. Again, western Perry County, you're pretty much in the clear now. Hancock County, you're almost in the clear. Davies County, Kentucky, you guys are almost in the clear. Ohio County, you're still under the gun. Did have a 41-mile-an-hour wind gust in Arlington, Kentucky. That's down in Hopkins County. So obviously those are sub-severe, so not sure you would see those warnings extended or not. Again, still watching that rotation. Again, near the Beta Hartford area. Switch you over to the Louisville radar. Again, that's kind of the best view of it as it's pushing into the National Weather Service in Louisville's coverage area. So that's where they probably had the best view. Fort Campbell's kind of keying in on a little bit too, but it's a little bit further away, so looking more aloft there from Fort Campbell. Rotation's pretty close to the Hartford area right now. Should be crossing over US 231 here shortly. Again, pretty outside of Hartford, pretty rural area there, so not a lot out there. Again, rotation we're going to keep an eye on is pushed out of Perry County. That's across the Ohio River. Another area rotation to the south, the Cloverport. Again, that's pushing out of our area of responsibility. So the severe weather threat continues to wind down. So Hancock County, you're almost in the clear with the exception of eastern Hancock County and then eastern Perry County. You guys are pretty close to being in the clear as well. Again, strongest storm on the board right now is this storm here across Ohio County. Again, still seeing some rotation with it. Right near the Hartford Beta area. And I'm still looking at other radar sites too behind the scenes. So a pretty decent storm pushing out of the Sharp, Calvert City, Grand Rivers area. And some strong winds. Caldwell County, mainly 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. Not seeing a lot of winds across Hopkins County, so I imagine that warning will expire here in about 4 minutes. So that warning should clear. Again, not a lot of damage reports, thankfully. Obviously, we'll probably see some more reports come out tomorrow when daylight comes as far as any damage. Again, gradually seeing this severe weather threat come to an end. Then we turn our focus to Wednesday and the rest of the week, as it looks like a very, very active pattern with severe weather likely on Wednesday and then severe weather possible on Thursday. We'll see if that threat continues into the weekend as that cold front pretty much stalls over the tri-state. Latest guidance, which I haven't looked too far ahead, as it's been focused on short-term forecasts more than long-term here. Kind of give you an idea of how much rainfall we're looking at over the next several days. Again, so for some of the model guidance, like the latest 18Z European model here in Evansville has anywhere from 3 to 7 inches, maybe even some areas of 8 and 9 across western Kentucky. So obviously a lot of rainfall on the way. I'll take a look at the GFS and we'll see how much rainfall that's keying on. We'll also look at that at 144. So yeah, it's showing considerably more rainfall. So across western Kentucky, it's showing anywhere between 10 to 12 inches of rain, 7.5 in Evansville. Even across the rest of the tri-state, we're still looking at 4 to 6 inches of rain. So the heaviest along and south of I-64, where we can see anywhere between 7 to 12 inches of rain by, let's see, this goes by 18Z on, so that would be noon Saturday, next Saturday. So we are looking at a tremendous amount of rainfall through the extended period. So obviously flash flooding is going to become a major threat. Then on top of that, the severe weather threat. So it's going to be a very busy week ahead, and we'll definitely be here with you every step of the way, as we have been tonight, keeping you informed on this severe weather threat. Again, now our focus is going to turn towards Wednesday, and then for a significant severe weather threat, we'll see how that pans out. Obviously, then a heavy rain threat. So still seeing the storm pulse up here, so the new warning went into effect for extreme southeastern Hancock and eastern Ohio County. You can see that hail core is kind of ticked up a little bit there near the Beta area, just north of Hartford along US 231. Area of rotation that we were watching is right here off to the northeast of the Hartford area. So that's the area of rotation that we're keeping an eye on. And let me take a look at this from the Louisville radar. Again, still see that hail core there near Beta. Then area of rotation right here. Yeah, not too impressive, but again, we're going to keep an eye on it as it pushes through Ohio County. Storm we were watching a little while ago that we were talking about that rotation as it was just south of Cloversport is tornado warned now. So near the Hardensburg area, Doppler radar indicated QLCS tornado there. So no surprise there as we were seeing that rotation. Looks like that warning for Hopkins and Webster County is going to expire. Not seeing anything threatening Muhlenberg County. So hopefully we'll be able to see that severe weather threat come to an end. Again, you can see a lot of those polygons just cleared off there. Davies County, you're in the clear. Hancock County, you're in the clear. All but eastern, well, pretty much Perry County, you're almost in the clear. McLean County, you're in the clear. Hopkins County, once these storms push through there, you guys will be in the clear as well. So again, the strongest storms right now are across Ohio County, mainly north central Ohio County. A little bit of rotation at times, but not seeing as much on the Louisville radar as we have on the Fort Campbell and Evansville radar, but they are looking further up into the storm. So obviously they're going to see the rotation aloft in the storm. Definitely a nice QLCS tornado getting ready to push into the Hardensburg, Kentucky area. So Again, not seeing a whole lot of winds across Hopkins County, so that's why we saw that warning expire and not extended. Muhlenberg County, still some storms pushing into northern sections of the county. Nothing severe right now. For southern Hopkins County and then south central Muhlenberg County, we'll keep an eye on these storms over Caldwell County. So near Princeton, Kentucky, still see some winds of maybe 40 to 50 miles an hour. We'll see if that increases as these storms move into a favorable environment over southern portions of the tri-state. And still watching a storm over Ohio County, kind of seeing a hook develop here just to the southwest of Beaver Dam. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if that rotation increases as that storm continues to push off to the east. And this warning goes for about another 26 minutes for Ohio County. Again, kind of watching some little kinks in the line here. Rotation really hasn't responded yet, but we are getting some new scans here, so we'll take a look at those as they load up here shortly. So again, just a review for this week. The big story will be severe weather on Wednesday, heavy rain on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, maybe even in the next weekend. Again, flash flooding will become an issue. River flooding will be an issue after that. So definitely not a good time ahead here over the middle half of this week. So enjoy the cool weather tomorrow and Tuesday. Then, unfortunately, the middle of the week, it's going to be busy as we deal with some heavy rain and potentially severe weather. Again, a lot of those words being thrown around: outbreak, significant severe weather event. You know, that outbreak word was used for today. Significant severe weather was used for today. And I didn't use any of those because, you know, doing my analysis here, I didn't see where we were going to have the major tornado outbreak. Again, like I said, the main threat was going to be hail and damaging winds with a few isolated tornadoes. We just had I believe the one tornado warning up there in Clay County, and that was it. And then we just had that one that just happened outside of the tri-state in Breckenridge County. But other than that, really hasn't materialized as far as a tornado threat. Definitely not an outbreak. Again, I would even qualify, well, potentially a hail outbreak, which that was kind of to be expected. I think the vast majority of our reports are going to be hail, and then probably a handful of damaging wind reports, but I think the vast majority of our reports are going to be hail reports. So definitely hail was going to be the biggest threat, and that kind of materialized. And tornado threat really wasn't all that great today. I kind of mentioned that earlier with the really sheer. We had the sheer, but it wasn't impressive to where we were going to have strong tornadoes or even a tornado outbreak. We definitely didn't have that jet support like we did back on March 15th. Again, I don't like to compare severe weather events because no two severe weather events are the same. So, you know, when people want to throw up that, hey, it looks like we're going to have another March 15th, you know, that's not possible because every storm system is different. All the parameters are different. All the ingredients are different. So you can't have two severe weather events that are exactly the same. They're all different in some type of aspect. So that's why you're not going to hear me sit there and compare severe weather events or try to say, hey, we're going to have another March 15th tomorrow, or stuff like that. That's not something I do. I'm not here to drive fear. I'm not here to drive hype. I'm here to give you a weather forecast. I'm here to use my skills that my professors at Mississippi State instilled in me, showed me those techniques and stuff on how to forecast. So that's what you get when you come here, and that's what you'll continue to get here. So we're not going to give you the hype. We're not going to give you the alert days, the awareness days, or anything like that. We'll give you the heads up on the severe weather that's coming up several days in advance. The whole purpose of that is to, hey, I need to keep in the back of my mind that severe weather is potentially going to impact the area, say Saturday or Wednesday, or that's why the Storm Prediction Center puts these outlooks out. That way you're aware that the potential, if the ingredients come together, exists for severe weather. So that's kind of the big story whenever we're talking about severe weather outlooks. Again, that's not a guarantee we're going to see severe weather. That's not a guarantee there's going to be an outbreak every time there's an enhanced risk or a moderate risk, or, the higher the risk, the better likelihood you have of seeing severe weather. So that's kind of where we're at as far as looking at Wednesday. Again, I'm really concerned about the flood threat. Again, we'll deal with the severe weather threat as it comes through Wednesday, and we'll definitely start keying in on that late tonight and tomorrow. Again, as we come into the day 3 outlook, we'll either see the enhanced risk for the tri-state or the moderate risk. And they did hold off on the moderate risk today, which kind of surprised me. I thought they would go moderate just based off the sunshine we had today, especially with the damaging wind threat, which we're kind of seeing the damaging wind threat materialize off to our east. Thankfully, those storms that pushed through southern Illinois dropped that outflow boundary. So that kind of worked over conditions here in Evansville and across southwest Indiana, parts of southwest Indiana, kind of kept those storms from really taking off. But over eastern portions of the tri-state, we did see those storms intensify. Obviously, that area hadn't really been impacted by any severe weather, so no surprise there as expected. So pretty much forecast went as expected. We did see the clearing. We did have those scattered showers push through, so that kind of helped out as far as kind of limiting the massive destabilization of the atmosphere that we could have had if we didn't see any additional showers or thunderstorms develop ahead of the main line. So obviously quite a few tornado warnings coming up now to the south of Louisville. So that's in the Louisville, Kentucky warning area. So with that solid line of storms, it's pretty much blown up off to the east. So obviously, they didn't have to deal with too many storms there, so they're definitely seeing a QLCS event break out there. So one near Hardinsburg, Kentucky, then another one just to the southwest of the Bradenburg, Kentucky area. The one near Hardinsburg is pretty impressive, so I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't on the ground. But so that's outside of the tri-state here. Again, immediately here in the tri-state, we just have a severe thunderstorm warning that goes into for about another 20 minutes here. We're mainly northeastern Ohio County. And we are working on a 7-day forecast here while we're talking to you. And temperatures will be pretty cool tomorrow, so we're going to be in the upper 50s to maybe even upper 40s in spots. So going to be a nasty day tomorrow. Clouds will stick around for a good part of the day. We will see some clearing late tomorrow, but overall a good day to hibernate or stay inside. Then for the rest of the week, very wet, unfortunately. So if you got any outdoor games or practices or anything like that, definitely looks like it's going to be a week that you're not going to see a lot of outdoor activities, especially with the rainfall that we're going to get. Even into next week, it's going to take a little bit to get things dried out, especially with the rainfall amounts that we're looking at. So have a plan and be prepared to reschedule a lot of outdoor events. So a lot of spring sports seasons are starting to get underway. Definitely seeing all the games and everything else. So, and showers and storms are a good bet on Wednesday. Again, we'll see temperatures get up to around 80. I think the best chance for any rain is going to be in the afternoon and evening. That's when the main severe weather threat's going to be as well. As of right now, it doesn't look like it will go into the early morning hours, but again, it's still early, so we're going to see a lot of flip-flop between the models over the next day or so, especially as we get closer to the events. So okay, we'll gradually see rain chances decrease some on Sunday, but again, pretty much Wednesday through Saturday is going to be a very, very wet period across most of the tri-state. Again, a tornado watch will continue to be trimmed back as this line moves out of the area. So the severe weather threat will continue to come to an end for the night. And our next severe weather threat will be on Wednesday. Then flash flooding, that threat will continue to increase through the day on Wednesday, Thursday, into Friday and Saturday. Again, where we're looking at substantial amounts of rain across the tri-state as a cold front stalls out across portions of the tri-state. So unfortunately, not good times ahead. And that warning continues for Ohio County. I'm seeing all that rotation we had earlier. That's definitely not a concern. Again, most of the rotation they're seeing now is just south of Louisville. And pretty impressive QLCS signatures there. One between Bradenburg and Ekron there. And the one near Hardinsburg is kind of dissipated. It's near Custer, Kentucky. Did continue that tornado warning with that one, but those should say just south of the Louisville metro area, but still a pretty stout line of storms getting ready to push into Louisville. Wouldn't be surprised that goes severe, as most of that area has been untouched as far as storms. Again, should see that warning trimmed out of Ohio County here shortly. That main line of storms is getting ready to push out of Ohio County, so you guys will be in the clear. Then we'll just keep an eye on any renegade cells here that could clip portions of Hopkins and Muhlenberg County. Again, that tornado watch continues until 11. So if you're down there in Hopkins or Muhlenberg County, actually did see a warning issued there for southwestern Hopkins County. That includes Dawson Springs. So 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail will be possible. Let's see what that is. Yeah, that's that new warning for Hopkins County. It came out until 9:15. So that's what we were just talking about. You can see that polygon that's popped up right there. Mainly for the storm that's pushing out of the Calvert City area. Take a look at this from the Fort Campbell radar. Again, kind of two storms there. Pretty strong storm that's getting ready to push into Dawson Springs. Mainly some 40 to 50 mile an hour winds there. We'll keep an eye on that and see if that pulses up. That is still a pretty decent storm. That's going to be pushing off to the east. Then again, another stout storm that's pushing out of the Eddyville, Kentucky area. That will be pushing into Caldwell County, and then eventually it's going to push off to the east-northeast into southern Hopkins County, and then potentially into Muhlenberg County. And then once that moves through, then the severe weather threat is completely over for the tri-state. So that's where we're at here on the warnings. Again, still got the flood advisories going here in the metro, but that's about it. Not a whole lot of other activity behind the line of storms, so we'll continue to see that rainfall come to an end. Again, just a chilly night ahead. And hopefully you're not letting your green thumb give you that itch to where you're outside working on planting stuff. Still kind of early as far as typical last frost of the season. Again, temperatures are going to get down pretty close to freezing tomorrow night. If the sky's clear, then we could potentially get below freezing. So obviously we're probably going to see some scattered frost tomorrow night. Again, usually we're looking at mid-April as far as when we're getting towards that last frost and freeze here in the tri-state. So yeah, and pretty much mostly cloudy skies tomorrow. Really going to be a nasty day. We'll see some late clearing in the evening. Again, we'll have northwesterly winds, so could see some gusts up to 20 tomorrow. So that's going to make it feel probably in the mid to the upper 40s with the wind, with the little bit of breeze we have. So not a great day tomorrow. So then we start warming up on Tuesday as a warm front approaches the tri-state, and then the great flood hits and severe weather on Wednesday. So we'll keep an eye on that. Again, busy times ahead. We'll keep you posted and keep you updated. Again, partly cloudy skies on Tuesday. And we'll see temperatures start to warm up. Then we'll see some scattered showers and thunderstorms, mainly into Wednesday morning, especially as a warm front moves through the area. And then we'll see the severe weather threat mainly late on Wednesday afternoon and evening. There's a nice bolt of lightning there outside the office. So again, should see that warning dropped here for Ohio County shortly. That main area of damaging winds is pushing out of Ohio County. And obviously they're dealing with a couple QLCS tornadoes there, so that's probably where their focus is on those storms right now there in Louisville. So pretty much Ohio County, you guys are in the clear. as the main area of damaging winds is pushed out of the county. So right now, the only storms that are left on the board right now are the ones that are getting ready to push into Hopkins County. And then we're going to go ahead and switch that radar from the Louisville radar to the Fort Campbell radar, as it has best view. And you can kind of see where the strongest storms are at. Some maybe 30, 40, 50 mile an hour winds with this first wave of storms pushing into Hopkins County right now. Again, the main area of damaging winds is back here with these storms that are pushing out of the lakes area. So those will obviously have the ability to produce 60 to 70 mile an hour winds there across extreme Hopkins County and Muhlenberg County. So those are the last two areas that will have to deal with severe weather. So we'll keep an eye on those storms as well. New tornado watches came up off to our east. Obviously, with that stout line of storms, it should continue to push off to the east tonight. And with that, we are going to wrap up our coverage tonight. We're going to continue to maintain an eye on these storms pushing into Hopkins and Muhlenberg County. And I'm thinking this initial wave may limit the severe potential for the second wave as it moves in. Again, the main severe weather threat is going to be south of Madisonville across southern Hopkins County, then across central and southern Muhlenberg County. So Central City, Greenville, kind of in that area right there. So that's the latest we have here from the TristateWx Weather Center. We're going to turn our attention to Wednesday now. Again, flash flooding is going to be a big threat Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, maybe even Saturday. Severe weather threat on Wednesday and potentially into Thursday. We'll keep an eye on Friday as well. But we'll keep you posted here at the TristateWx Weather Center. We'll give you all the latest updates as this storm system moves into the tri-state. And thank you to all those who have tuned in here for almost the past 6 hours. We appreciate your support, and